Welcome everyone to day 2 of Anger Games 5. I am your host Zura, commonly called Zoo, and joining me right now is Ithaca Hawk and Mzir. Once again, we'd just like to thank all the CCP staff that have been supporting this tournament, allowing us to make use of Thunderdome, and thanks as well to our ISD moderators monitoring Twitch chat for us. Just a reminder, Twitch chat, you are able to use the chat commands !rules, one word, to get a copy of the rules that the players are using, or !brackets, one word again, to see when your team is playing and who they're playing against. All the times are there. So Mazir, jumping right into it we're only into the second day, but already on day one, I think we saw quite a variety of comps coming through there. I'm not too sure if one of the comps was kind of standing out to you, or at least the styles that the teams were playing.
Standing out as in amounts used or as a comp that I thought was interested.
I say interesting, something that you feel maybe kind of might be actually showing a bit of meta here right now, maybe.
It's a bit hard to say. Like we're seeing so many things, and the good teams are still holding back their good cards. So we're not really seeing these really good, strong setups. But we are seeing a variety of ECM comps in all sorts of forms. Some of them even with so much ECM they can barely kill anything. And then we have the usual people just sprinkle that comes with a single ECM ship. So we're seeing a lot of that, and we're seeing a lot of neuting comps, and we are also seeing some Leshak comps, even though they cost like a staggering 35 points. So that's like a third of your points being spent on a single ship. So you're definitely seeing a lot.
That's true. Ithaca, actually talking about that, I'm not too sure if our stats here are including the feeders right now, but in our top most picked ship, do you think you can guess what it is?
Well, if bans didn't exist, I would probably say the Gila. But bans do exist, and everyone bans the Gila. So I would maybe say the Blackbird.
It is the Draugr. Blackbird's actually 7th right now. The Draugr is absolutely dominating, used 29 times thus far, followed up by the Vedmax. So we see the Trick Boy is actually dominating. So why are people making use of this little boy right now?
So the little Spilly Boy does a lot of damage. It can get up to like 800-900 DPS, depending how you fit it. It's rather obnoxious, really, and it's fantastic at not only removing small tackle ships, but also if it gets on top of a logistics cruiser, it can really make that a bad day for that particular logistics cruiser because it can be very hard to remove. It takes reps very well.
Yeah,
And
that
one
definitely.
important thing about the Jogger is that it costs the same points as the other command destroyers, and this is like the first tournament where this is the case. So you're getting a lot of value out of your money, getting tool links and a strong DPS ship. So you can definitely see why people are picking it.
Definitely, they coming through strong. I think in the past they've required some balancing points wise to be featured in the tournaments. I believe they correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe they initially came in at a discounted rate for the initial first AT showing. That was right, with everyone being able to bring Triggeravians at a massively discounted price.
That was before the Tech 2 Draculavian ships were added, so it was only the Leshek and the Vedmak and the Damavik.
Yeah, but that definitely made their impression. Speaking of impressions, Ithaca, yesterday we saw Templars doing quite a good show here. We were actually quite surprised. It was the first match for the proper tournament. We were expecting Gilla's either pick or ban. It was open. No Gilla showed up, and Templars still ended up dominating with a 3 battle cruiser setup. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so we spoke about this a little bit yesterday, but just to summarize, Gila super popular. It's been pick or ban. The fact that Templars chose not to ban it said to us, hey, either they've got a counter that they're happy to bring against Gilas, or they're planning on bringing them themselves. It was open completely, and they didn't bring the Gilas, which means that the comp that they brought, they think is a Gila beater. In this instance, the other team didn't bring Gilas either, so we wouldn't really entirely know if I remember correctly. But 3 battle cruisers
No one
was
did. Yes.
pretty interesting. They were all Tech 1/Navy, if I remember correctly, as well. So not huge point investment compared to we saw a triple battleship comp yesterday, which was very interesting. So I think we'll see a few more triple battle cruiser comps. It's like a very cut down Anger Games version of the Octodad.
So what would you call it? The quad dad? I don't
Yeah,
know.
I mean the triple dad, triple daddy. We'll call it the triple
Triple, yeah,
daddy comp. There you
triple
go.
daddy. Okay, but Mazir, now talking actually about the battleships now. I'm not sure if you can take a guess here. What the most banned battleship we have thus far?
That's a good question. Actually, I believe it's the Hyperion. I haven't
It's
seen the stats yet.
it's
Either Hyperion or
it,
Scorpion.
it's a good guess, good guess. It actually is the Scorpion. The Barghast actually has come in oddly enough as the second most banned battleship. From what I've seen thus far. But speaking about the Scorpion ban, these are actually part of our bans that we're going to be seeing for our first game coming up, which is going to be Jovco Mining Division versus Want to Buy Cat Ears. Unfortunately for these teams, this is actually going to be an elimination match. This being a double elimination formats for the tournament. That means when teams get eliminated from the upper brackets, they will fall to the lower brackets, have another chance, but you only get one chance or a second chance, and then you're out. So the losers here will be eliminated. But we've seen Jovco Mining Division banning the Scorpion, Barghast, so both the battleships there, and Oneros, with Cat Ears banning the Hyperion, Gila, and Widow. So Mazir, lots of battleships bans here. Are people scared of the battleships then now? And we spoke about battle cruisers.
I mean, with the recent buff to battleships, they've become extremely tanky, and they're still like solid key ships of a comp. Like in both the case of the Scorpion and the Widow, you can't really replace them with any other ships. So if the Widow is banned, then people can throw out their Widow comps. They can't bring them anymore. You can't substitute it for another ship. That's the same case with the Scorpion. And the Hyperion is just a solid brawling battleship with a strong active tank. And then the back is it's another case of a ship you can't substitute. It's the strongest rapid heavy battleship does, and it has the extended scram bonus. So ships that really hard to replace.
So now, still in the battleship game here, Ithaca, we know the Barghast is scary, the Vindicator is scary, the Gila is scary, but now we see the Gila's bigger brother still being a battleship, the Rattlesnake, not featuring that much. I think only banned once yesterday, but actually not having any presence. Why, if the Gila is so scary and these pirate battleships are so scary, why does the Rattlesnake not show up?
It's just really expensive points wise, primarily. Like if you bring a rattlesnake, then you pretty much can't bring two unless you really downgrade a lot of the rest of your support. I mean, rattlesnake is a very strong ship. I mean, obviously it's a very strong ship, but in terms of point efficiency, the Gila, despite being up pointed a little bit and bringing multiple of the same ship in this tournament increases the point cost as well. Despite that, it's still very, very efficient in terms of the number of points that you have to invest to bring 1, 2, or 3 Gilas, which allows you to fill out the rest of the comp with a lot more effective support. Scorpion, you have to build your whole comp around that.
And actually, speaking about the Gillis Missouri, one of the matches we saw yesterday, match 14 of Del Vetrix versus Perjado Capital, it was one of the Gila matches we got to see, with Delve actually bringing 3 Gilas, but actually losing that match against 2 Gilas from Perjolo, showing that you can't really just spam a Gila and win, you still have to apply some tactics. I'm not sure if you have any thoughts on why the 3 Gilas actually ended up losing against 2 in that match, if you can recall it.
Yes, I can recall it because I was rather annoyed of the Goon target calling. The Osprey is like one of the softest logic ships in this format, and the other teams had an Osprey, and the Goon team just didn't really touch it, and just allowed it to repair so much that the Goon team felt behind, and when they finally lost their own Logi, just behind in damage. They didn't have enough ships to pull it back.
Like I said, so you can't just pick the ships. You do have to know how to use them as well. And do you have any favorite games yesterday, Ithaca? Because I know one of my favorites was actually the Ramrod versus Turbo Feed, where we saw some excellent piloting from the Logi and the Worm and the Hyenas.
There was a couple of instances of really good piloting. That's one of the examples. But I quite enjoyed Noir versus Stay Frosty, the last match of the day. We
Mm.
saw 3 battleships, all with rapid
Oh,
heavies,
that was close.
trying to skadunkadunk a Leshak and it coming down to the last few missiles of the very last clip plus drone damage in order to kill them. Stay Frosty then almost bringing it back with the logistics frigates underneath the the missiles from those 3 battleships. So it was back and forward. It could have gone either way for a while, but that turning point of just breaking that Leshak right at the last possible moment it could possibly break was pretty exciting.
Well, good on them for fully committing to that. They really just pushed that over the edge. But we are going to be going into our first match here, and I will remind you folks, this will be an elimination match. So the losers here will be out of the tournament, unfortunately. So we will be heading to the arena just now to watch Jovco Mining Division versus Wanted by Cat Ears 500 Plex with our commentator pair of Chair and Fear.
Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to everyone. We have another wonderful day of Anger Games ahead of us, and Cat Ears is bringing a Nighthawk, Sleipnir, Broadsword, Onyx, Scalpel, Kitsune, and a Burst. Fear, can you tell me what Jovco is bringing?
Jovco's got Drake Navy issue, Scimitar, Orthrus, Jackdaw, and Caracal. We're about to start this match off. I'm excited how it goes. I think this might be dumb Shield Rush from WTB Cat Ears 500 Plex, but they are playing a little bit further back. Might actually be doing HMLs on that Nighthawk. I haven't actually gotten a chance to look at the model. Either way, though, we're starting to see a dive come in from WTB Cat Ears as they move in towards the side of Jovco Mining Division. So this is going to be the brawl setup versus the kite of this DNI, but the Sleipnir is the first target for Jovco.
Yep, and this is just a good old slugfest coming out of Cat Ears, but the Sleipnir needs to turn on his tank as fast as he can. That Burst and Scalpel are not going to be able to keep him up under all this immediate applied damage from the Jovco team.
I mean, I haven't even seen an Ansel rep hit. I'm not even sure if he's Ansel fit at this point in time. They finally have some damage onto this Scimitar, but he does have some active reps as the Nighthawk starts moving in alongside the Sleipnir, moving past the Orthrus, but the Scimitar is tackled by the Broadsword and the Onyx, so I think they're going to move for him first. But Alvis in this Sleipnir going down. Does he even have an Ansel charge? He's finally getting some tank off now as he's already bled into armor, trying to get this Simi down, but a DPS ship for a Simi when it's something as powerful as a Sleipnir might not be worth it. Yinton, meanwhile, the Kitsune nearly gets deleted by these HMLs of these Drake Navy issues, and he finally goes down as General Nico goes down into hull, finally falls, and Alvis stays alive through these Ansel charges, was bait tanking a little bit, and now they have the Logi off the field.
What a great trade for a Kitsune for a Scimitar. Now, Cat Ears just has to be able to clean up some of the DPS on the field and really survive. Now, they have the Broadsword and the Onyx to be able to reach out and grab someone, but the Sleipnir, man, he's not holding on. It looks like he's just ran out of all the XLASB charges, and now it's just onto the Burst and the Scalpel.
Now, grant you, when you have this dual Logi-Frig combination from WTP Cat Ears, especially T1 plus T2, they don't have a whole lot in the way of tank for the rest of them, but Nighthawk is a very tanky ship. They finally take down the Burst as he's going into structure, and this could turn right back around towards Jovco Mining Division. Remember, they have rapid lights on this Orthrus, most likely, alongside light missiles from these Jackdaws, so they're going to be able to pick off these slower end targets like the Scalpel, like the Burst, and leave this high DPS combo with the Onyx Nighthawk on the table. They're under the Drake Navy issue now of Lucas, and he is melting because they don't have any Logi left on the table, but the Scalpel will be the trade.
Yep, and the Jackdaws and the Caracal are just going to eat that for breakfast every day of the week. And I just don't think there's too much damage left on the field for Jovco. And I think Cat Ears is a little bit too late.
Yeah, they've got to try to keep this kite going down, but remember, 30-kilometer scrams on the Onyx and the Broadsword make it difficult to cut around the arena when you're a Drake Navy issue, especially. These Hicks going to be huge playmakers for WTP Cat Ears as they have 3 members alive, but they are 3 out of their 4 DPS ships. The Nighthawk, though, taking quite a bit of damage at the moment, and Celia, with no Logi left on the table, he is very tanky with his shield resistance bonuses, but without an active rep or anything else on him, he might just fall without being able to take down this DNI.
Yep, and I don't think they have any light shield bots on him either. So he's going to be eating the dust pretty quickly here, and it's just everything else is kiting them away. They tried to go for the rush, but they didn't spread their hick points enough. They grabbed the Scimitar, but they didn't grab anything else, so they were having to chase everything around the arena, really wasting a lot of time.
And down goes the Nighthawk. Cat Ears only with the 2 hicks remaining. And this is pretty much it for Jovco. They're going to move on to the next round, and WTB Cat Ears go 0-2. That's it. I mean, it's the first time tournament experience for their captain, Yin Tan. We'll see him on the commentary desk either next weekend or perhaps later today, since he is getting knocked out of the tournament. Regardless, well played to Cat Ears, and good luck going forward on your next tournament ventures.
Now, do you think there's anything Cat Ears could have done better from our point of view?
I mean, Brave ran this dumb shield rush setup a lot of the time in Alliance Tournament and Alliance Open, and also throughout. We tried it in scrims quite a bit. As this Jackdaw goes down, they're finally able to take him down with this broadsword's not long for the world either. It is a setup where I think the optimal way to play it is actually with Gilas instead of with the standard Nighthawk rush or Nighthawk plus Hicks rush that Brave typically used, or that we saw a lot during the Alliance Open, because of the 7-man format. Also, these Logifrigs, I mean, they're not going to do a whole lot to help anyone come down. And when you're up against a Rapid Lights plus Light Missile setup, they really can't tank anything, even as 10-man Logifrigs. Broadsword's got XLASB on him, but will eventually fall as he runs out of Ansel charges. They're going to try to trade back onto one of these Jackdaws, it looks like, but it's just too late for Cat Ears.
Good for them for going down fighting. Now, honestly, I feel like they played it a little bit too fast. They should have gone back into a MJU beacon and tried to get onto the main and just spread their tackle as best they can instead of just rushing in, taking all that free damage. And good fights are in local. That's about to be it.
It depends. You can play that kind of kite back style. It is something that's possible. But you're up against a kite comp, so they always have range control. They're always going to be able to shoot you. You're not always going to be able to shoot them. So you kind of have to dive in, but you are right about spreading the points here. Going all in on the semi was a good start, but they needed to tackle one of these DNIs off the start as well before he got away from the Nighthawk and the Sleipnir. The match is over. We're going to send it back to the desk to break that down.
And welcome back. Seeing our first elimination of the day with Jovco Main Division eliminating Cat Ears there. Mizere, we saw like a missile setup kind of from both sides, except long range versus short range, and the kiting seemed to prevail there. Any thoughts on that?
I mean, like the Cat Ears team was more like a shield rush comp, so it's not really specific a missile comp. But yeah, we saw the situation with the Jovco team actually executing really well for a kite setup. Like a good simic pilot could probably kite a little bit better, but in the end, even when they lost the scimitar, they managed to have a confident lead in the match. And once the scimitar went down, just saw the Jovco team starburst. They just went all directions. So once the first Nighthawk died, when the first Drake Navy ship died, the Cat Ears team have to burn so far to get to the next ship. So that was why it took them so long to kill anything else than the semi and the first Drake Navy.
And I think we had a comp there, Ithaca, where I'm not too sure. An EAF, a frigate, is fantastic. Something like a Vigil, the Kitsune that we saw, they can really do their work. But is there a risk in running that with a Jackdaw being our 9th most popular pick, and you brought Frigology?
Yeah, there's always going to be an issue because the Kitsune really can't do anything about the Jackdaws. So he's probably going to just ignore them and try and jam the Scimitar, which would be the smart move. But that means
Even
that
though the semi was primed?
Yeah, I mean, you still want to jam the semi. Like, it's probably his number one thing. That being said, if the Scimitar is prime, yeah, you probably would want to jam somebody else. However, there's no point in him jamming the Jackdaws because then they can still shoot him. So the point I was sort of trying to make is the Kitsune cannot do anything about the Jackdaws on field other than just get punched in the face by them whenever they choose. There's absolutely no way for him to avoid that.
I do not see why the Kitsune was brought in that setup. It doesn't really contribute much. It's nice to have jams, but as Ifika mentioned, so many ships can just shoot back at you, and since you're having Logi frigates, they don't have much range to repair. So in most cases, they can't even repair the Kitsune. So all he could do was just slowly die to these Jackdaws without really doing anything. Like it's a 6-point ship. That's not really achieve much in the game.
And just to quickly summarize Ithaca, what makes a Jackdaw special, the hull type? They're known as tactical destroyers, right?
Yeah, so they're like mini Rubik's cubes almost. You can change them around and make them do different things. So they have three different modes: sharpshooter, defense, and propulsion mode. And when you go into each of these modes, you get different bonuses. So when you're in defense mode, you're more tanky. When you're in sharpshooter mode, you do a lot more damage and from further range. And then when you're in propulsion mode, you're a speedy boy. You're faster. So when the jackdaws are being ignored, they're probably going to be in their sharpshooter modes in order to get more damage. As soon as someone starts red boxing you, you're going to spam that button or your keyboard shortcut to go into defensive mode, make the reps land a little harder.
Now, Mazer, we saw Carriers bring here a mix-up for the phraseology of the T1 and the T2, and then two Hicks. Do you feel they kind of invested their points in the wrong place and maybe should have brought two Phraseologies, or was Phraseologies actually just the wrong pick and they should have maybe done something else there?
I mean, I don't think the Phraseologies were the problem here. I just think that they like 6 points on the Kitsune, and then having two command ships and two Hicks is going to be really expensive. So have this core ships just being so expensive, so it didn't really have much points left for good support wings, and one of these ships in support wing was the Kitsune. So really, there's not much left to give them the control they could have at if they had like a fast tackle or something like that, or just some fast DPS ships like assault frigates or striples or something like that.
Probably, like you said, maybe committing a bit more to that all-in rush just to finish things up there. But we're taking a look near at the match coming up here, Ithaca. We're going to be seeing an upper bracket match. Pretty much the top dog for the last few years, I'd say. Templars Kalsif going to be going up against Chippog. Templars has banned the Scorpion Barghast Armageddon, with Chippog banning the Gila Eos Zarm. So a team at least banning the Gila against Templars, although Templars hasn't brought it yet that we've seen. But Templars was the team we were talking about with those battle cruisers yesterday. I know this is only day 2, but do you think they're going to try and stick to that 3 battle cruiser core, or we're going to see some other shake up here from Templars once more?
That's a good question. To be honest, it depends how confident they are in the triple daddy comp and whether or not they think that's very flexible. I will point out though, Templars, they did really well in a couple of tournaments. Kind of dropped the ball a little bit during Alliance Tournament 17, the last major tournament. So I'm sure they're coming back here to the Anger Games with a bit of a chip on their shoulder, a point to prove. They do want to prove that they are still here, they are still relevant after the very disappointing performance they had in Alliance Tournament 17. They are still a very solid team. Like, do not count them out. I would be very surprised if they don't go very far in this tournament.
Interesting that the victory they actually took yesterday against Jovco. So they sent Jovco to losers now, and Jovco is still securing the wins, but they actually went against the top picks of the Vidmac and double Vidmac, Drogo, Widow, Oneros. So Jovco pretty much took all those cookie cutter ships against Templars here, but Templars coming in here with the triple daddy comp. And then those cruisers. I'm not sure if you can get a comment on why these cruisers are good. We're talking specifically about the Augur Navy issue and the Omen Navy issue. These are some popular cruisers we see the teams use. Why would that be?
I'm not sure if you've seen the Omen Navy issue that often, but the Augur Navy issue is a super tanky Tech 1 cruiser, or rather a faction cruiser. So it's cheap for the value, but it's still like very tanky. It gets a HP bonus, and it has 2 utility high slots. So you can either fit the neutralizers or you can fit the Nosferatus. So it's like hard to newt off. So a strong amount of tank and DPS on a cruiser hull that's also have a decent speed, and that just you're getting so much out of the package.
And then just quickly as well, Mizir, the Heretic we saw being played there as well. We saw a couple of Hicks interdictors, sorry, and the Wubble being placed. Do you think a Wubble actually has a place in a tournament right now?
I have yet to see someone actually use it in a good way. In most cases, it just whip themselves on some other friendly targets. So we'll see if going to have a big brain play with a Wobble or it's just waste.
Well, we'll see once we get into this match because we'll be seeing a Heretic once more. So we'll be seeing Templars versus Jovco, and we'll be handing off to the arena to our commentary pair of Chair and Fear.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the arena. My name is Fear, joined by Chair, and on the red side, we have Templars Calcif, once again bringing their triple Datakos setup with an Eris, Harbinger, Navy Issue, Harbinger, Brutix, ANI, ONI, and Heretic.
And then Chippog's bringing a Raven Navy Issue, Raven, Osprey, Osprey Navy Issue, Draugr, Stork, and Vigil. Now, I might have some information to reveal later, but this is going to be a fun comp to watch.
Taking a look at these missile systems on the Ravens, I'm trying to look for the hard points right now.
I believe they're torps, if I am correct.
No, these are cruises. These are cruises. They've also warped in F50. There's no way they're warping torps in F50. So cruise setup versus not Octodad versus Triple Dad. Not going to be a whole lot of fun with these armor tanks battle cruisers, but at least they'll have some level of application. Should expect some sort of paint on someone. Meanwhile, the Harbinger going down into his armor now. They don't have any Logi on the... Sorry, they only have an Aneris Logi on this comp, but that should be enough to go through these cruise missiles from this Raven and Raven Navy issue, but he's still dipping down into low armor. They haven't really been able to find anyone else. They're moving on to this Osprey now, going down into half shields. This Harbinger hanging on ever so slightly right now, but he's got to try to get transversal up on these Ravens and get away from these missiles, and yeah, he's back up to full armor.
Yep. And that was just an impressive amount of damage going out. Even though it's only a T1 battlecruiser, they're still relatively tanky, and it's kind of surprising how low they got them. Though I think going after pure damage...
They are torps, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
BCs is questionable at best.
Yeah, torps on BCs, not a whole lot of fun, especially armor BCs. I expect there to be paints, but I actually don't have the fancy UI set, so I can't tell. That said, Killa going down very low, almost dipping into structure. They've got the Oneros repping him up as best as they can. They're going to try to trade for this Osprey at the very least, but he's already dipped into structure. The Oneros trying to keep him alive as best as he can. He's now into 23% armor, and he's repped up back to half armor now. 37% structure left, but he's staying alive thus far as the Osprey dips into armor now. That's all she wrote for Chippog's Osprey. Without that Logi, they can start moving on to other targets.
I have a very strong feeling you're going to be seeing these Ravens go down quite quickly when they start shooting them, but they're trying to get rid of this Vigil, which is helping the torps really apply to these BCs.
Yeah, and
there goes the Vigil.
Yeah, that bonus paint, whole lot of goodness, but they're onto a Shield Draugr now. Now, this is not something I expected to see, but Shield Draugr is pretty paper, doesn't have the mid slots to spare. The Harbinger finally goes down, but they've traded 3-4-1 in favor of Templars Calcif.
Yep, and there's quite a way to go for the Chippog team. They have 2 DPS ships to... or 3 to the 4 still in the... or 5 still on the field from Calcif. But they're chewing through the Brutix so fast. They're just eating these Brutixes and the BCs alive. I'm really curious to see their fits.
Yeah, without the paint from the Vigil, it's going to be a little bit harder to apply to these battlecruisers, especially the Navy BC, the Harbinger Navy. But the Osprey Navy issue already in armor. He's not long for the world either. Getting that high application ship off the table is going to be very nice for Calcif.
Now, these are torps. Why would they warp in at 50 with torps?
You got a range bonus on the Raven. I think that's why they were thinking, but I'm not a huge fan of warping in at 50. The missile systems looks very similar on the models, so thank you, Zoo, for pointing that out to us. They are finally on to Proton in the Raven with their 2 battle cruisers and 2 Navy cruisers. And no active tank, it looks like. No XLASBs. And Proton going down very low. Devon still dipping into low armor, but he's staying alive through these Oneros reps. And he can't kill an Oneros and Torp Ravens. And goodbye, Proton. And that is pretty much match for Templars Calcif.
With how fast these Ravens are dying, is there a chance that they're fit polarized, do you think?
No.
With how much damage they were doing?
No.
I don't know, man. They're like... There's a lot of damage coming out of them, and the shields are just melting. And under not that much DPS, honestly. Like Harbinger and Brutix, Augur Navy, that's only about a couple K damage. That shouldn't be killing a battleship this fast.
Well, it depends on how the mid slots are filled out, I think. They don't have...
They could be all
we can't see
application.
fits like we would in the AT, otherwise I'd be like, oh yeah, no, there's a way. But I don't think they're polarized.
I'm sure we'll
that
find
would be
out after the
dumb.
match.
That would be dumb.
You think? I don't know. I wish we would see a little bit more polarized, a little bit of risk. And now it's just up to the Stork. He needs to go for the Edge of Glory. There's nothing else for him to do.
Yeah. Unfortunate for Chippog, but this is an upper bracket match. They'll be knocked down in the lower bracket as Templars Calcif continue their upper bracket run. I mean, one of the tournament favorites going into this, and they've only shown one comp thus far. We'll see if they're going to bring it for the next match.
I guess we'll be heading back to the desk shortly.
Oh, in local they said polarized torps. Ah, no, that was Templars saying it. Okay, looks like it was polarized torps. That's just weird. Go back to the desk.
And we're back. Quite a polarizing match there. But Mazir, oh, we did get a boundary there right at the end of the Stork, so he went and committed Sudoku on himself. Mazir, quite a spicy take there, I'd say, going for the torps. It almost paid off for him, but do you think there was a bit of an over-reliance on the little extra you get from polarization?
I mean, I'm still not sure if they're polarized. I think people are just memeing, but we're going to see like now I'm getting like misspeaking. Anyways, torpedoes in themselves do a lot of damage, especially on ships like the Raven and the Navy Raven, where you can fit a lot of ballistic control systems in the low slots. So also these ships are not really known to be that super tanky. So even if it's standard Take 2 torpedo launchers, they're going to be high DPS ships that are not like super tanky. Shield battleships are not known to be as tanky as armor battleships, unless it's something like the Rattlesnake or some other ships with a lot of mid slots. So yeah, this is a case of two comps that do a lot of damage. And when I first saw them, I was a little bit worried about the amount of torpedo damage these battle cruisers would take, because they're going to apply almost perfectly on the battle cruisers. And the Harbinger pilot did the right thing. He just turned around and burned away to reduce the amount of incoming damage. So that was why he survived, despite taking a heavy beating by these torpedoes.
That is something I do want to talk about a bit as well, because I don't think it was just wrong comp, a game of rock paper scissors. We do still have to give credit to what Templars did well, and like Mazera's pointing out there, what they were doing once these battle cruisers were coming under pressure. I'm not sure if you were paying too much attention, if you can elaborate exactly what they were doing, if you're also watching their velocity.
So they were moving around. If the Harbinger, for example, when he was dying, he was burning away from the Ravens, basically to try and reduce the amount of DPS it's landing. So obviously missiles have a flight time. If you're traveling away from them, they hit slower, actually reduce the effective DPS. Also, you can potentially burn out of their range and force them to have to swap to another target, at which point you then come burning back in again. We also saw them shooting, for example, the Vigil in order to draw in some of the other ships, like the Osprey, to come in and try and save that Vigil and sort of split him up from the rest of his pals. I think Mizier pointed out both those things in our production chat, but I will take credit for them.
Fantastic. I did also notice there, I think when the Brutix was getting hit, I'm not sure which Brutix, but it did prop itself over to the Arneris, but actually turning its prop off. And Ithaca, why would he just stop?
Reduced signature. Like torpedoes are hilariously bad at applying to things. So if you can just make your signature smaller, then you take less damage. And the micro warp drive has like a sort of 400 to 500% signature radius increase, so you make yourself a massive target. So as you get closer, if you turn it off, especially for that first instance where you're going really fast as you slow down from micro warp drive speed, but your signature immediately drops down, that's like the best bit to be in, because you're going fast with no sig bloom.
And now, Missouri, we're seeing Templars taking the exact same comp as yesterday. And we're seeing them perform. We're seeing they have the piling behind it. As it stands right now, obviously, there's still going to be things to happen. But do you think this comp is quite versatile in how it can take on all the other things we've seen so far?
I mean, it kind of have to be when they employ it in this way. Like, if it had a glaring weakness, then people could counter it. So they know it's comp that's versatile, so they can deal with a variety of stuff. And it's really common that the high-end teams are going to do this in order to show the least amount of setups. So it's a solid comp to start out with, and it does a lot of damage. Like, people shouldn't underestimate how much projected damage you can do when you're having like three battle cruisers and two cruisers with long range guns. So they can project well. We saw them like melt the Osprey even though it's ranged, and just killing the stuff without having to get in close, and still actually packing a heavy punch.
Fantastic. But also, Ithaca, is there actually a strategy to when you show a comp? Like, does Templars lose anything from actually showing their best comp if that's their best comp right now?
Absolutely. If they basically the optimal strategy is to bring the worst comp that you think you can win with, um, against the opponents that you're playing against. So if you're playing against like a really strong team, you probably want to bring a better comp. But if you're playing against a team that you think, hey, we could probably beat these with one of our weaker comps, then although it might be more difficult and a bit more risky, you would definitely want to bring it like a weaker comp so you can keep that more high tier elite comp hidden until that moment where you face the more scary opponents.
And there was you have to be careful that you don't uh, bring a setup that's like too weak. Like, you shouldn't underestimate your opponents too much. Like, that happened for Hydra. I think it was at 15 or something like that, where they lost to Templars in the very first match. That was back before Templars had made a name for themselves. So they were heavily underestimated by the Hydra team, who brought a rather sloppy setup and faced defeat because of it. So yeah,
Uh,
be careful with not slacking too much.
Always not bad. Good idea to never slack. Effort does count. Soon we're going to be seeing game 18. It'll be the Volta A team, ironically in the loser brackets right now, versus Odin's Make a Wish. But the bands that the teams have chosen on the Volta side has been the Curse, Gila, Abaddon, and Odin's Make a Wish going for Zarm, Gila, Orthrus, with the teams coming through with an extra ban each of the Vindicator and then the Barghest. Ithaca, why do we see an additional ban happening here when the previous matches were only saw 6 in total?
So the way the bans work in the Anger games is the first three that each team submit are blind. You don't see what your other opponents have got. You just pick three ships that you really don't like the look of, and you send them to the referees. The referee then compares them, and if all six are unique, then fantastic. We have 6 bans. If there's any duplicates, then each team is awarded an additional ban for every duplicate. So if, for example, both teams submitted the same 3 ships for their 3 bans, that's 3 duplicates. So each team gets another 3 bans. This doesn't repeat, so it's possible for those teams to ban the same 3 ships again, and we'd have 6 bans total. It does mean that we can have anywhere from 6 to 9 ships being banned.
Can always put a big hurdle up ahead for the teams when suddenly your those bonus bans come in and then whoop, need to make some substitutes. But one of the highlights here that I'm seeing for the bands that I'm interested in here, Mizir, is the Abaddon. I personally don't. It does fantastic, but its lack of utility high makes it a kind of a subpar pick in my eyes. I'm not too sure what thoughts you have on that.
I mean, it depends a lot on the setup you're bringing. Like, if you're having a setup that's already bringing a lot of utility, then you can get away with bringing an abaddon. It's a big brick that's like it's not the ship that people are going to primary because it's just so tanky. And at the same time, it can pack a heavy punch because it's getting a big damage bonus, and it can project fairly well thanks to Scorch. And so it's a ship you can put in the front and just be a brick, like a wall to prevent people from burning in, and at the same time doing a lot of damage.
And the damage does count. And like you say as well, I think yesterday we did see, well, we actually saw a combination where we're talking about that rapid heavy comp of the Armageddon, the Typhoon, and the Praxis coming through, and we can see where damage does count. But then again, the utility was coming through there from the Armageddon as well. that being a bit of a hybrid ship in the sense of what it can offer to the teams. But the teams are actually taking the arena here now for game 18. So we will be seeing a Volta A team in the losers brackets here versus Odin's Make-A-Wish, and we'll be heading to the arena now with a common training pair of Radicos and DTM.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the grid. My name's DTM135, joined by the host with the most. It's Radicos. How's it going, man? Tell me about these teams and how you're feeling today.
Doing pretty good. How? Hopefully you're doing well. I'm excited for this matchup. Here to see Volta A versus the Odin's Make-A-Wish team. It's going to be interesting. They both brought some interesting comms here with Raven Navy, Scimitar, Cerberus, double ONI or Osprey Navy issue, Stork and Skybreaker for Odin's Make-A-Wish, followed up with a Widow, Guardian, 2 Vedmax, Draugr, Pontifex, and a Kitsune, and we are underway. Here we go. Teams are moving in. Looks like the Odin's Make-A-Wish are burning up and away here, and Volta is pushing in with those Vedmax.
Yeah, they are pushing in with those Vedmax. That Stork looks like it's burning down. I'm not sure if it's going to screen or if it's diving for the backline. We are seeing the Kitsune take a little bit of damage. Maybe the Stork is attempting to get on top of him. The Vedmac, meanwhile, of Zebediah is taking just a little bit of damage. Seems like he's feeling all right, though, thanks to that speed.
Well, you got Jason Doan here, or Jason Orzen going back to get the simi of Odin's Make-A-Wish. He gets to him here. I think he's going to get scrapped any second. Let's see.
The dangerous situation. We're seeing the heat kick on right now from the simi.
Look at that simi move. Away. Yeah, holy crap.
He does a flyby of another Vedmac. He does a U-turn. The Osprey Navy issue burning down right now. I don't know where the Stork's at, but it's not even worried about screaming. Pulling back around. The Vedmacs are all going for him. So is the Draugr. This simi's on the run. Sirens are on right now.
And on the other side, it looks like Tasty Bat Soup for the Volta A team is getting primaried as well with that Vedmac, obviously, because he's chasing that down. I don't see this is a nice little battle here going between these guys. People are taking damage. Everyone's split, it seems like. I'd like to see this Raven Navy. I think this Raven. What? Can you tell me what kind of what he has for weapon system? I can't tell.
I can't quite tell either. Let me go and take a look at him, see what he's got going on. I mean, the Raven Navy issue, very powerful platform. I think those are rapid heavies on him, actually, which means he's going to have a really easy time applying to a lot of these cruisers. We have seen this as the Vedmac and stuff has taken damage. Meanwhile, it looks like Red Team is still trying to get on top of the Scimitar. The 2 Vedmax and the Draugr have been just trailing him the entire time, but he's done such a good job keeping away from them. This goes back to, one of those things I keep saying every day. Logi pilots are worth their weight in gold, and his ability to kite around.
It's going to go down, and he's down. Okay, here we go. Let's see if Odin's Make-A-Wish can capitalize on this. This is actually really huge for them. Maybe this simi, can keep running, but I don't know if these Vedmax are gonna be able to catch him and keep on him well enough. I mean, if the Raven Navy issue has rapid heavy missile launchers, you would think they'd be going for smaller targets on the Volta side.
There's a scram onto the simi right now.
There it is.
The Pontifex actually pulled through. The Vedmax are going to be able to get on top of him. It's only a matter of time at this point. Even if he does have an AB, he is not longing for this world because his speed is cut, which means suddenly all the damage is going to start hitting. Meanwhile, while this Widow and Vedmac have taken damage, the Augur Navy, or the Guardian, of Outlaw NoPro is managing to actually keep them pretty healthy overall. I'd say quite an impressive showing, as I guess armored tanked Widows do exist.
Yes, they do, and they do well. We have a Guardian giving you some nice reps here. And Stiggy Makaka looks like he's taken some of the DPS here, but the Vedmax still taking some. It's spread out here. It's a battle, but this simi, he's in armor. He's about to go down. Aliaris from the Odin's Make-A-Wish is not good for them.
Definitely
he
not
gonna
a good
hold? Is he gonna
situation.
kite? Is he
The
gonna
semi
rep?
is
Oh, he's
gonna go
down.
down. Yeah. Absolutely. One of those situations where the semi was able to buy a ton of time for his team, but they just weren't able to capitalize. We're looking in a situation where now you're down Logi. Outlawed No Pro and the Guardian still alive, still kicking, still able to give his buddies reps. Now all red team has to do, all Volta has to do is manage to burn through the rest of this team while keeping their own guys up, which is going to be a much easier task considering just the fact that, blue team no longer has any logistics.
I mean, I don't see them doing anything now because they keep these two command desis on the field with all this rapid light missile DPS. You would think they would. Oh, and the ONI goes down. That's just one less thing to try and take out on the links to actually break this Widow or this Guardian. I don't think this is gonna happen. This is a little too late.
It might be a little too late. It really depends on how quickly they manage to make this trade. There is a lot of damage going on to this Guardian. I don't really see too many rep bots helping out the Guardian either, which means that red team is totally in kill mode right now, doing damage to the Cerberus. Cerberus is a very tanky ship at the end of the day, especially with that assault damage control unit, but he is scrammed and being held down. Vedmax and the Pontifex are very quick ships. Stiggy Makaka in the Pontifex was able to get a really nice scram onto the semi. This is one of those things where, manually piloting really comes into play here.
Well, yeah, I mean that's why we started him when we had him on our AT team because he's one hell of a pilot, and when he can jump in, go around, and come back without dying and sacrificing himself, that's just helped out your team, And it's very, it's crucial to have a command desi pilot like that, someone like Casper 24, who is known for doing very well in that position, and it helps keep the links on your team. You can do so many different things with the command destroyer, and the Cerberus goes down. The Widow is taking some DPS, but he just still keeps repping. And like I said before, the DPS keeps dropping, and there's really nothing you can do if you're on the Odin's Make-A-Wish team here, which is unfortunate because they're a bunch of good guys. So I just don't see a pullback happening here. It might be a little early, but
the linchpin getting pulled out from underneath him, that semi-pilot did his best to stay ahead of the curve, but ended up getting cut off. He had 4 ships chasing him. He did a fantastic job counting. She did a fantastic job counting, is what I'm seeing in Twitch chat. So props to them for managing to actually stay ahead of them for as long as they did. It's just one of those things, man, where you can only kite for so long. While the semi was able to buy time for her team, these other pilots from Odin's Make-A-Wish needed to manage to take something more than just a Kitsune off of grid, and they were not able to accomplish that because Outlawed was able to pilot very well and keep all of his guys healthy.
Yeah, I mean, a big thing too might hurt them is the Vedmak chasing him, so that everyone focused on the Vedmak. Now that makes sense, but when you snap a Kitsune as fast as they did, you'd think they would have moved on to the other command desis just to make the tanks less and make the speeds less, make everything just worse for the Volta team. But that did not happen here, and now the Raven Navy issue is being primaried, and it is getting its own local tank going. But it with 2 Vedmaks spooling and a Jogger spooling on it, with a Widow just pumping DPS into it, there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, I think this is going to be spelling the end of this match. 59-7. It was quite impressive still that this team has managed to stay alive, which kind of owes itself to the innate tankiness of some of these ships. The Raven Navy issue now bleeding into armor. We are seeing some boost comes out of it, some shield boost, but it's just not going to be enough to keep it up, even with Stork fleet command bursts.
Yeah, you can't do too much. You got to really give credit to Zebediah Crane chasing that semi around, just kind of tunneling, getting away from him, and then letting Stiggy get it slide on in there and get that scram to pull that linchpin. Very, very good execution on Volta here.
Absolutely. This isn't a null site grid. You can't just burn away towards the sun and watch as people feed you. You actually have to kind of be looking around it and moving. And there's a lot of ships to keep track of. Not just yours as a logistics pilot, but also the enemies, which I know sounds a bit strange, but really you do want to stay away from the scrams and you do want to keep your speed up and stay out of the bulk of the DPS, which she was only able to do for so long. And we are right now just waiting for the Stork to get cleaned up. There
he
goes
goes.
Stork.
Hands off to Volta for that win, boys. And Odin's Make-A-Wish, this is a big salute to you guys. Thanks for coming. But when you got Volta in the losers brackets, because they get absolutely demolished by Rokapel in the first round, you got to face them in the losers bracket.
And welcome back. I'm joined here now with Jujik and Chair, and we're going to be just giving a bit of content there. I saw some excellent piloting there from the Scimitar and the Make-A-Wish, actually leading to the Jorger that was chasing her to actually burn out the prop mod. We kind of just saw the Jorger just drifting around, even popping a comment off in local there saying, who needs an MWD? But Jujik, what could Odin have done to turn that around while the Simi was buying there all this time for them?
I find that this matchup wasn't in their favor from the get-go. I have seen a lot of people talk about flying these fast missile-based comps, and they have a tendency to ban the Widow and the Scorpion because those two ships are very hard to burst down in the way that the missile comp wants to do. So as soon as you're like trying to deal with the tackle like you'd normally do in a comp like that, kill the small stuff first, you're getting jammed out. You have to put a few volleys into the Widow, and that just buys a lot of time for the other team to keep their tackle on and just get that largely down eventually.
And Chair, any thoughts on what else could have turned the match around there?
I mean, it's ECM. There's always the chance of RNG just not going in the favor of the people that bring the ECM ships. So, they could have prayed to Bob that the ECM didn't work.
That's true. But also, no, Jujik, you wanted to talk something about the bans you said here?
Yeah, I got that covered a little bit in the first questions, but I've seen a lot of Widow and Scorpion bans in particular there, and I'm a little bit surprised that they took out the Orthrus, which kind of gives me the impression that they weren't super confident going up against the mirror of their own comp.
But that also, like, banning that Orthrus, Chair, I'm not sure if you feel like that Orthrus ban gave the confidence to actually field something like a Kitsune, even though the Jackdaw mine is still being present.
So the Orthrus is very good at our rapid light area, and then it kills all fricks. It doesn't matter how well you fly, you're pretty much dead as soon as the countdown happens. So I understand the Orthrus ban, and I think it's really strong, and it also helps keep your Logi alive because of how much DPS they do and how well it applies.
That is true. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think too much could happen there. It's just kind of waiting out the clock on the inevitable death there, unfortunately, even though we saw some fantastic piloting still, but just too little that they brought to the field. I do just want to tell Twitch chat, though, that unlike the Alliance tournament, which is Alliance organizations which take part under the Alliance banner, as they are on the Tranquility server, the Anger Games is more of a hodgepodge of teams, where teams are able to come from multiple corporations, come under a banner which they choose, name themselves whatever they want, and join in. That's why we see some random names such as Chippog, aggressively mid-tier, Nano-Fiber tokens, I only need 2 comps. So if you get a bit confused by these names, don't worry, I'm confused with you on who these people are exactly. But speaking about the next match, I at least know aggressively mid-tier is actually the Rogue Capel teams. I'm not too sure if either of you know who Nano-Fiber tokens is.
They are Noir and some friends of Noir, I believe. They have
Alright, but we do already have a Noor team as well. People are allowed to have multiple teams, just so the audience is aware. But if we're looking at the bans that's going to be coming up here for game 26 with aggressive mid-tier versus Nano-Fibers, Rogue Capel's banning the Semi Widow Barghast, with Nano-Fibers banning the Shaq, Zarm, and Vidmac. Now, Chair, Nano's pretty much banning all the trick stuff here except the Jorger. What do you think on that?
So the trig ships are just really, really strong in a very long match, and they have perfect application, which is something I keep alluding to, is just being able to apply that DPS so easily makes it so you can really maneuver yourself around the field. And taking those off the table makes it really, really hard for people to, easily apply their DPS and just win.
And then as well, Dujek, do are all these two gathering ships, because we saw Templars actually went up against the Vedmak, the Draugr, so those top picks for the Trigs, but still just coming in with their little T1 little battle cruisers and dunking on them. Like, going all in on these Trig bands, is it worth it?
I think if you want to have a grindy matchup without losing some sort of a mirror there, like, the Trig ships are extremely powerful, and if they get to spool up, they're going to do the most damage per points in this format. So I think banning so many Trig ships gives me the impression that they want to grind this one out.
Probably we'll see now as well, but the teams are actually in arena, and with the Gila not banned, we're gonna have another interesting match ahead of us, as we'll be handing it off to the arena for game 26 of aggressively mid-tier versus Nano-Fiber tokens with our commentator duo of Radicos and DTM.
Well, welcome back to the arena. Here we go. We have a winner's bracket match versus Rote Capel and aggressively mid-tier and Nano-Fiber tokens. What bands? What do they have on the field here, DTM?
All right, from Nano-Fiber, I'm seeing Claymore. I'm seeing Drake Navy issues, Osprey Navy issues. I believe those are Gilas as well. Jackdaw, Hyena, and then of course I'm seeing a Macarial, baby. Osprey, Gila, Orthrus, Stork, Jackdaw. I just got a lot more happy. I love the Macarial. This is going to be an interesting match. I'm so excited I get to cast this one. I am very, very curious exactly what mid-tier is going to be doing with this Mac.
Well, I could tell you exactly what's going to happen with this Mac because we got to practice versus this comp on Friday night as an emergency practice, and with Rote, or aggressively mid-tier. And it's going to be quite impressive that the other team brought a Claymore with Gilas, and they brought a Gila with Macarial with Gilas.
Okay, and it looks like they're going after the Hyena first. They want to try and get some of this damage application help off the grid. The Hyena going straight into a hole right now. It needs to burn away. It looks like it's trying to get safe right now as it burns the other side of the arena, getting that shield back. Meanwhile, the Osprey of Rimambella is... Yeah, meanwhile, the Osprey of Rimambella is actually also pulling away in half shield.
Aggressively mid-tier makes the smart decision here to also put pressure on the Nano-Fiber tokens Osprey as well. And that Hyena is still just tinkering up and down in shields. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it, but Brainstraw in the Osprey is about to go down. Oh, and he's done. Oh, what are they going to do?
And this Hyena is literally getting chased around the arena by just a set of light drones. It looks like they might be finally getting pulled back to go onto a different target. He is getting a little close to the Macarial, but he should be okay because of lock times. Meanwhile, Brainstraw and the Orthrus going into Hall.
And Brainstraw goes down trying to get stuff done, but he just does not. We have a trade here for a Logi and an Osprey, and I'm not sure which one is the better trade.
It does look like they're actually going on the Osprey. He drops straight into armor, right in the hole, and he's gone, man.
This Hyena is just helping with a lot of application, but see, the one thing that we have to look at here is Nicholas Ormond in the Gila is being primaried by the other team, and if you're in this Gila matchup here, you need these Gilas to stay up, to stay alive as much as possible. Looks like the Gilas are going after Rotan. Rotan goes into armor. Oh, that's a tactical destroyer that goes down for aggressively mid-tier.
It's just all spank, no tank on both of these teams. I absolutely love it. Going down to the 4 DPS ships on 4 DPS ships as Nicholas in the Gila does not long for this world. We are seeing absolutely a boatload of DPS coming out of this Claymore and Drake Navy issue as they keep pounding through Alice's just lack of shields. It's almost like it's a paper tank. Meanwhile, somehow, this hyena on the NFT side is still alive.
It is this hyena is doing great work here, just zooming around the field. And Alice is about to hit armor, or is hitting armor. But on the other side, Caesar of nano tokens is half shield, and it looks like Alice is just burning right now, just trying to get out of there.
He is just trying to get away right now. It does look like the DPS is slowed down a little bit, but any second, if he catches a bad volley or some drones, he could be in a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, Caesar's still taking a little bit of damage here, going into armor as well.
And they switched to Rashino because they can't catch Alice, because he is an elite featherer. And we have Rashiro of the team just trying to kite as well. And here we go, Caesar. He's into armor. He's lit. He's not long for this world, just like their other Gila. Too bad he doesn't have kiting skills like Alice here. He just can't do it.
Just can't manage to stay away from the DPS. Wait,
Oh,
Alice
he's
is taking a
down.
little bit of DPS again, dude. It's insanity in the arena right now with ship after ship just getting absolutely eviscerated in the DPS grinder.
Yeah, it is just a smash and dash match we have right here. What's going to be interesting now is when it comes down to the Stork and Lady Labia in the Macarial, when he has to go versus Jackdaw, Drake Navy issue, and a Claymore. Because those Claymores, they can tank a lot. He should most likely take down Chadwick in the Drake Navy issue, but this is smart. They're going on the Macarial already starting as well. I don't know though. I mean, the Macarial, it can tank a lot, especially with Lynx on the field. Cyclo is an absolute maniac in a Stork. His command Estes I should say. It's one of his best ships that he flies. That I can tell you that much.
This Gila is trying to burn away from the DPS
right now. This Drake Navy is going to go down before this Gila does. It looks like.
He's managing to stay away from the DPS. We're seeing the Drake Navy issue and the Claymore try to burn down to him, but the whole time the DNI is taking a ton of damage. Onto the Stork?
I mean, it's good. They need to get those Lynx off the field. That's a pretty good call right there. I think the Jackdaw, right now, he's slowing the Cyclone. Oh, hold on.
Hyena also taking a little bit of damage right now. The Drake going into armor. It's a DPS race to see which
armor
one
right
they
now.
get down for. Oh man, so many ships. It might just be a solo max soon on this grid.
Chadwick hitting hole. He is down. Rashiro about to go down the same way. Rashiro down just one by one. Ships just keep exploding.
This Mac has one job right now. He wants to kill the Claymore, get it off the grid while managing to stay away from any scrams. Maybe if he can get some drones on the Hyena so that the application isn't as bad. We're already seeing Lady Labia take damage right now. Damage right now from Avix and the Tiller and the Claymore.
I mean, Lady Labia is just, he's going to get a pounding from this Claymore, but I think he's going to be able to rep through this. The one thing that the Macarial needs to do is he needs to kill one of these.
Damage onto
he needs
the Claymore.
To kill this Jackdaw or this Hyena to win, I believe, on points, because Macarial is 33 and a command battles cruiser is 26. So,
if he can manage to kill the Claymore, he will be in a good situation. If he can manage it, Claymore's incredibly tanky ship.
Yes, it is. Oh, that Jackdaw getting DPS from that Macarial. He better get the hightail on out of there, because if he gets shot, this Macarial will be able to take a Claymore and a Hyena for the next few minutes here. Yeah, if the Jackdaw dies, it is confirmed that the aggressively mid-tier will be up on points. And then at that point, it is up to Lady Labia just to be hopping around MJD to MJD while this Claymore has to putt around the system with a Hyena that has been ineffective ever since he went into Almost Hull and almost died in the beginning of the match.
It's a dangerous situation right now. The Mac is still back up at full health, searching for something to kill. He doesn't have a ton of time to figure out what he's doing next. We are seeing a lot of damage onto the Claymore, but we're finding out why in Rust we trust, as he seems to be able to take this relatively comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, this Jackdaw is the thing that needs to go down. a Claymore. I don't know how many minutes do we have left? There's a couple 2 minutes, 2 minutes left. I'm not sure. 2.5 minutes left. I don't know if he's gonna be able to break the Claymore. He needs to get back on that Jackdaw somehow. I mean, he's kiting out very, very far from the Macarial, so I don't know if he's gonna be able to chase him down. But that is the ship that he needs to take out, and he knows it because he is making a beeline toward it. While it looks like this Jack is turning. Okay, he's turning away from the Macarial again. He kind of turned at him there for a second. I was kind of wondering what the heck he was thinking.
If the Macarial has scrams or has grapples, which I don't know if it does, it might just be a DPS with maybe some sort of other application mods in the mids. In order to kite, it could potentially kill the Jackdaw at range, but he's really gonna have to watch for the transition.
Did he just boundary? Oh, the Claymore just boundary. He threw the match for
Oh
Nano-Fiber
my
token.
lord,
It is
dude.
all over, folks. This
What
is what
the
happens when you hit the boundary. You throw the match, and you don't get to go on to the next round. You have to go down into the loser's bracket. I would go to the boundary too if I had
Man, if
chasing
I
after
was
me.
one of his teammates right now, I cannot imagine what is going through that Claymore pilot's brain right now. Absolute insanity. The DPS race to the very bottom. We just saw the hopes and dreams of Nano-Fiber crash
This is
right
kind
in
of the
front of him.
dream. This is the dream as a Battleship pilot. When you're a solo Battleship pilot in the arena and you're fighting to keep your team alive, you're chasing after everything. You're taking advantage of every little ship you can. And man, did that Claymore just say, you know what? I want to take the page from Radikos's playbook and just burn straight into the boundary.
You know what? Don't load the ammo. Don't shoot the ammo. Don't heat the guns. Just let the boundary take care of it for you.
Oh, man. Now, Brett, he could just kind of just sail into the sunset and just chill out and just do his thing.
He can just relax now. This is absolutely one of those things where making a single mistake is enough to turn the entire tides of a match. We don't have very much time here. Maybe the Matt gets one more kill, but honestly, this was an amazing match. Oh, can I get some X's in chat for the poor Claymore, dude?
Yeah, this just Jackdaw, he's trying to run from Lady Labia, but Lady Labia, once she has the clutches upon you, you are not going to let go.
I think the match is up, and we're about to go back to the desk. Thank you guys for watching. What an amazing match.
Great match, guys. Holy
Welcome
great
back,
match.
everyone. Oh my gosh, that was tight. We got the distance there. Boundaried at 139 kilometers. That's about 14 kilometers just over the edge, but that's 14 kilometers towards a loss. I mean, Chair, like, have you seen such a close match where it's thrown right there at the end like that before?
I haven't, man. It's been a while since I've seen something like that, but I'm pretty sure there is an MJD mistake happened there, either a local one or maybe the middle one, because it's pretty hard with a slow ship like a Claymore to get 14 km outside the boundary.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, Jujek as well. Like, we saw the teams actually after the Ology was all dead. Like, everyone was trying to make some plays for MJDs. Alice was trying to get on one, and unfortunately got a bit off of it, got killed. Everyone was kind of looking for those MJD plays, so everyone was conscious of it right from the bat. But again, Jujek, how do these MJDs actually work? Just so the audience knows.
When you go over to an MJD beacon or you have one fitted to your ship and you activate it, the direction your ship is pointed at when you click it is the one you'll go in. So if you are not practiced at this, especially with the beacons, because obviously if you activate a local one, you will be pointing the direction you think you are. If you think you can correct the course afterwards, you will jump in the wrong direction. And
there is one way to change course, isn't there?
Yeah, if you activate a local one, we actually won a game in scrims against a Lashak that was MJDing and got bumped at the last second, so he went out of the arena instead of the direction he thought he was going to. And I must say, this match, I've not had this high of a pulse since we saw the Lashak go out and we won in that manner. So MJDs are tricky to use.
I mean, Chair, this is actually something I wanted to ask before. Yesterday when we were talking about Tinkers, like, is bumping and actually physically ramming yourself into another ship actually a valid strat in these small formats?
It is, honestly, if you know they're going for the MJD, all it takes is just a little bit of a bounce, and they're just going the wrong direction, and the Jovian weapon systems will be doing the rest of the work for you.
That is also the risk when teams try and make these big MJD plays right at the start. I think we've seen in the feeders, or at least the opens, where right off the bat, a team will progress as a unit right to an MGU and then try and coordinate a jump. But the risk of that is obviously you coming in with a big ball, you kind of like all bouncing around each other, so kind of coordination gets going there. Unfortunately, all of the things we just mentioned, bumping your allies, enemies, doesn't come to play when you are at fault and you yourself put yourself out in the boundary. But regardless of that, now, Chair, Macario, it won the match technically, but was it actually a decent pick there?
So it's one of the stronger shield battleships. You're losing half a faction battleship though, because it has a roll bonus towards warping faster. Now I know expert, but you can't really warp that much inside the Anger Games tournament. So it doesn't really come into
Warping
play.
is allowed now.
And then it has really great tracking and just really great DPS, and it has so many slots that you can just fit it in almost any way you want, and it has a utility high as well.
I know I'm really excited that Rokabel Grizzly Minter did bring some fantastic variation. Luckily for them, it ended up working out. Not to say anything against his skills, still well performed, but we do have the next match ready here, so we will be heading over soon. Well, next match is going to be another elimination match of Scarf Experts versus Unchained Alliance, and we will be heading to the arena with Alec and Moderator.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Match 19. We are here with Scarf Experts vs. Unchained Alliance. Scarf has a Scimitar, a Hurricane Fleet Issue, a rare ship to see in the tournament, 3 Gilas, a Bifrost, and a Hyena. Very interesting.
Yeah, we have almost a mirror matchup with Unchained going with a Rattlesnake, 3 Gilas, an Osprey, a Stork, and a Stiletto, choosing to bring that Tech 1 Logi instead of the Tech 2 and putting more points into the Rattlesnake. Already we see teams choosing to jockey for position as we see a Stiletto from Unchained burn across the arena straight onto what looks like to be the Hurricane Fleet issue. Stiletto taking a lot of damage as he's just going to take all of a huge pounding from these drones.
That's
almost
just
anything.
woke up and shows violence today. Some madman.
Yeah, I think he chose to get violence upon. Probably almost inting before he can really get tackle on anything. Those Gila drones and rapid light missiles will do that to a frigate hull. Gila drones being put onto the Rattlesnake of back and Howe spaceships. So we're going to see a Logi versus a Gila trade.
Yep, and we saw it just in general, Scarf charging forward. It may have put their Logi in harm's way, forcing it to come a little bit closer to the enemy team than they may have liked. He does seem to be tanking well, which can't be said the same for Halo House Ship's Gila, who's dropping into hull and drops entirely. That is a big loss. These Gilas are the absolute core of the Unchained team, and they are down 1/3 of them right now as Scarf pivots to try to go after their links.
Yeah, Scarf is not in actually a really commanding position right now, going after Catalia Mist, aka CCP Aurora, and now Orion Supernova. We see that there are 2 sets of drones on top of the Scimitar, and only one now as they're getting tricked a little bit by the MWDs. Now the Scimitar comfortably alive as the Osprey just goes down.
Yeah, we just saw the Scarf Gila Goon Squad head over to the Osprey and they swarmed it, all 3 of them with their drones, with their light missiles, accelerating into him for max damage. And now Catalia does not have the Logi to resist. She is down. The Hurricane Fleet issue for Scarf, meanwhile, dropping into low shields, not getting effective reps from the Simi, could be out of position here. Dropping into armor.
Yeah, the Scimitar just took an MJD beacon correctly, unlike the previous match, to shake the drones. But it means that the Hurricane Fleet issue was not getting reps. The Scimitar is now hard burning into get reps on top of Alexander Chorgan. But Brother Zebediah is taking full 3 flights of drones and auto cannon damage, and it's not going to be successful for him.
Simi arrived just in the nick of time to break up what could have been a very bad chain of events for Scarf. I still think they might have had the match in hand, but the loss of that Hurricane Fleet issue would have been significant. It's a huge amount of damage, and it's also the links for their team, along with the Bifrost.
Excuse me, I misspoke. That was actually an artillery Hurricane Fleet issue that's been continuing to pump 720 long-range projected damage across the arena. And speaking of projected damage, Uncharted was just unable to get drones on top of anything despite having 3 Gilas. What went wrong here?
I think they had a good game plan going after the Scimitar, which was forced to burn in, but they lacked any kind of neuting or tackle or other application bonuses, which allowed the Simi to essentially go, "Oh, I'm in trouble. I got to get out of here." Reposition safely. Did take the MJD beacon eventually, at a very dangerous time as they switched aggression off. But those key seconds early where it was able to tank that damage, whereas the Gila from Unchained was not, that was a very key trade.
Yeah, I mean, they did have tackle, though. Unfortunately, the stiletto of Who the Puck managed to die within the first 15 seconds of the match.
The past tense doing a lot of work in that sentence.
Unfortunately, the past tense is what this rattlesnake of Shimio Tokila will be, as he is got 3 flights of Gila drones and artillery from a Hurricane Fleet issue on top of him. He is trying to nude out the Gila of Tissot on that Scarf Gila, but you're not going to break. You're not going to break anything with Scimitar reps being applied to all of those ships.
Yeah, I mean, the Rattlesnake, one of the most infamously heavily tanked ships in the game, but against this amount of damage, there's just no chance. No single ship could stand up to it. And he really doesn't have kill pressure on any other ship. If he had his own newts and tackle, perhaps, but that's not likely the case here.
No, I mean, and those are cruise missiles on top of that rattlesnake we see that's shooting after the Scimitar, painting it. Unfortunately, not going to apply very good damage with cruises to a Scimitar, which is rapidly trying to pull range away from the rattlesnake as it goes down into hull. Hopefully, it doesn't boundary. It is getting about 100 kilometers away from the arena, but it won't matter because the rattlesnake drops first, and with that, we'll send it back to the desk to break down that 100-0 sweep.
And welcome back. I do find it interesting here. Well, Scarf Expert is taking a wonderful victory there. Jujek, we were speaking earlier about the rattlesnake and why people might have not been either banning it or picking it. And I think this might have been a good showcase of why the rattlesnake might be a bit lacking here right now. I'm not sure if you can elaborate a bit more for our audience.
It boils down to points. It is extremely expensive, and it does require some setup to actually reach its full potential. And when you're flying it with Gilas, especially with 3 Gilas, that's so many points. You don't really have the opportunity to have the webs and or the paints that you need for the missiles to do damage. And also the drones are just a lot less fast. You see in Gila games that if you send your drones at a target and they take the drones on the wild goose chase, you often just want to abandon your drones and drop a new set if that's a faster way of doing more damage. And the rattlesnake doesn't have as many drones, and they are much slower. So it is losing opportunity cost of doing more damage, despite having higher paper numbers to support it.
Yeah, the Rattle does have those chunky bonuses towards the drones, but unfortunately, I don't believe it actually has a velocity bonus for its drones. But Chair, we saw the HFI there actually showing up there with the Gilas, which is an interesting pick, especially now the artilleries. Do you think this kind of weapon mismatch of drones, some rapid lights, and artilleries, it maybe just worked this time, but not always the best picked? Or was this actually a decent combination to just get targets off the field?
One is really helps get targets off the field fast with just the high alpha and everything, but it also just kind of complements each other because the guilds don't need to be close to anything. The HFI with RDs don't need to be close to anything, so they can all just kind of pick where they want to be, and for the most part, just run away from anything that's actually trying to tackle them down. Now, if they went in and tried and brawled into this Rattlesnake 3 Gila comp, that would have played perfectly into Unchained's hands, but they didn't, and that's what we saw.
Yeah, exactly. There, especially right off the bat, we saw that stiletto was just going pop, and this is something I've seen happen in the past before. People can get a bit complacent on what weapon systems you might expect by default on a ship. They might have, who knows, assumed HFI, AC, stiletto might have thought I can just go in a straight line, and artilleries love it when a little frigate comes straight at them, sig a balloon. But unfortunately, for that, we will be seeing Unchained eliminated from the tournament right now, with that being an elimination match. Our next match coming up will be an upper brackets match, so this will not be an elimination match. We're going to be seeing I only need 2 comps. So their second comp hopefully we'll be seeing now versus no vacancies. Jujek, I'm not sure if you have the bands open there, if you can go over them for us there for game 27.
They have both banned the Widow, so we won't be seeing them. Whereas I only need 2 comps have proven that their second comp does not have Helos, Lashak, or Loki in it. And no vacancies have banned the Ishtar, Sarmazd, and Balgorn. So no vacancies are hoping to not fly into extra drone comps, I'm guessing, with the Ishtar ban. And I only need 2 comps have just taken a good list of strong ships and not revealed too much about what they intend to fly or are hoping to not face.
Well, speaking about the ships here, then, Cherry, even though it's only 13th on our ban list right now, with the top ban being 47 times for the Gila, the Loki's only been banned 9 times. But do you feel Loki still kind of has a place right now? Maybe it's a bit of an expensive actual pick. Is it actually going to be offering much to teams who would field it?
I think it is a very good ship in the case of it has a very, very strong local tank. Not in the sense of reps, but just the resistance and the amount of HP it gets. Plus, it has really good web range, and it brings moderately good damage through hams usually. So just all around a really solid ship, and I think that's why we keep seeing it banned because there's just this hidden meta going on in practices we haven't gotten to see.
Oh, that's very true. Once again, like we can only offer our opinions here watching these teams, but we have no idea what's really happening behind the closed doors here, or what. I would have loved to just hear comms again of that Rokapel match. But I am also now. Do, I'd like to actually get an opinion here, like Jujik. Do you feel? I feel Tinker kind of put a big hit on the logistics module on the T3 cruisers, and it's been many years since we've actually seen that come back. I feel it's kind of just been copy pasted throughout the years in the rules here. Do you feel it can actually make a comeback and still not be overpowered, or is it actually just way too overpowered, the logistics module on these Tech 3 cruisers?
I think that given other tournament rule sets that have had a different price on different ships, that maybe it would be worthwhile saying that strategic cruiser is say 18 points if it doesn't have reps and 22 points if it does, for instance, or even more, like 24 points if it does have reps, and you could have it as like an extra good like a tech 3 largey as opposed to a tech 2 largey. And the Loki being the only tech 3 ship that we've seen occasionally. Like the Tengu sees some play, but like when was the last time you saw Legion or a Proteus? They have E-War bonuses that just don't do anything in the tournament format. Damps being unable to have scripts, extra long points being pointless, and uh, newts also being better taken on battleships that get larger newts. Maybe it's time to say that Loki, Legions, and Proteuses are cheaper than Lokis, and Tengus are somewhere in the middle.
We actually just see that because the Punisher used to be, the default pick for a lot of teams, but now because we identified that the Punisher is just so good, we've made an exception in the past couple of tournaments for that specific ship needs to be more expensive. But Jerry, I also like to hear your opinion now on these logistics. I think in the past it was a lot more easy to kind of force a team to in a specific direction by banning certain lodges. But with things now with the Turgulavian introduction, so is this kind of still possible to kind of corner a team into a kind of archetype of shield or armor?
It's harder in this tournament because the rules state that you can only ban one logistics per team. So you can't just straight ban Simi and Basilisk and forcing them if they want to bring Shield, they have to either bring Logi frigates or a T1 Logi cruiser for Shield. So they did a really good job with the rules, opening up more comps and more variation, in my opinion.
So yeah, good to hear. Also, like, yeah, logistics has become a lot harder to just get out of the field here now, especially like you mentioned as well with the introduction of the frigates. But we do see the teams actually taking the arena here. We're going to be watching game 27 in the upper brackets here. For I only need 2 comps versus no vacancies, and we will be heading to the arena now with our commentator duo of Alec and moderator.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for this next match of the Anger Games. We see double Barghest, Orthrus, Bifrost, Hyena, Burst, and Bantam going heavy on those pancake ships from the side of no vacancies. Walk me through the other side.
Well, we have I only need 2 comps with an Abaddon, Scorp, Rediva, Vedmak, Draugr, Pontifex, and a Blackbird. A very electronic warfare heavy team, but with the links to back it up.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see if we can really get the projection out of these Barghest to pound through what are going to be pretty heavy armor resists on most ships, except for that crucial Scorpion of Arya Yotil. It'll be very interesting to see what kind of racial jam types that Scorpion will have.
Yeah, I really like the choice of the Rodiva. It's an extremely strong, underrated Tech 1 logistics ship. But I think the Blackbird is possibly the worst possible ship for it to have to support. Blackbirds, especially in an armor configuration, not much tank to speak of, and the Rediva is going to have a hard time scaling up. That Blackbird is going to have to watch out and position very carefully.
Speaking of
And here we
positioning,
go.
speaking of positioning very carefully, already we see appreciable damage coming across the arena onto the Orthrus, who is doing the correct thing and immediately burning away as fast as he possibly can away from a cloud of very, very angry drones and damage coming across the arena. That will be pulse on an Orthrus and some missiles from that Scorpion, also projection from the Draugr. And unfortunately, that Orthrus is cutting it a little bit close to that hostile team. The Draugr now choosing to burn after that Orthrus as the Barghest are clipping into that Blackbird and not breaking it so far.
Yeah, the Earth is doing its best to get transversal. It's having a really hard time. It's clearly using its ancillary shield booster charges to augment the reps from the Bantam and the Burst. Those will run out soon, and once it does, and the Abaddon, who is steamboating over to him right now, he's not going to have room to kite the lasers out. Abaddon's with excellent projection, so he will die when his charges run out.
Yeah,
But will the
speaking of
Blackbird go first? That's the question.
Yeah, speaking of things running out, the Orthrus was actually out of reps for a significant amount of time. Taking a look at the Barghest right now, it would appear that we see the attack bar being as low as it is because they are clipping out right now. They're having to reload, and in the meantime, the Blackbird is free to regain all of its shields. So if you lose an Orthrus and don't kill a Blackbird, you're in a very, very bad position if you're no vacancies.
Yeah, the Rodiva has tethered itself to the Blackbird. They are side by side, watching each other's backs. The Blackbird having recovered almost all of its armor. Now some aggression being switched over to the Draugr and the Vedmak. They are taking an appreciable amount of damage. The Rodiva will have to reposition to rep them. It'll be interesting to see if he just likes to do that or stick with the Blackbird. It looks like he thought about it, and the Blackbird has paid the price.
Yeah, so we're seeing that the side of only 2 comps basically gave up on the Blackbird. They sent the Draugr, they sent the Vedmek straight into the backline, and all the drones sent to kill the Bantam and the Burst. But meanwhile, the Rediva is going to be taking all of the clip from the 2 Barghest and the burst does finally go down. That will be drone damage. Looking at
with Novak suckering in that Rediva by putting pressure on some of the tackle ships close to them, and then as soon as it came in, they pivoted over and just went through him immediately. I don't even know if he got the rep off.
Meanwhile, I don't know what's going on quite with Razor Roar of the Barghest. He managed to get caught down by an Abaddon and a Scorpion, which should never, ever, ever happen if you are flying a Barghest. So Pinky Line in his Barghest is going to be the only real damage remaining for the side of No Vacancies. He is currently trying to clip into the Vedmak, which is doing a good amount of damage. The Hyena of Infinity Face is doing the level best he can to try to keep the Vedmak or the Vedmak and the Draugr off of him, but the Hyena finally goes down, and the Bifrost go down to drone damage, leaving the Barghest by his lonesome.
Ooh, that Barghest piloting error was a real gift to two comps here, because with the loss of their logistics ship, things were looking very grim for them there for a second. But one Barghest by himself is not going to have the damage he needs to put away an Abaddon.
Yeah, unfortunately, the other Barghest, ran straight into a Scorpion and an Abaddon. I'm not quite sure how you do that, but it did happen. The Barghest is going to use the remainder of his clip to try to break through that Vedmak, and he's going to have to put on a kiting clinic in order to claw this one back.
That's a lot of hit points to go through for a rapid heavy ship. They do a lot of damage in a very short period of time, but then they have a very extended period of reloading. He's not going to be able to deal out consistent anti-battleship level damage. He might be able to break the Scorpion. I doubt if he's going to be able to break the Abaddon as well, and he's going to need to do that if he wants to win.
Okay, so the Barghest right now is sitting on top of an MJD beacon, but he's not going to be able to use it because he is scrammed by a Pontifex, Draugr, and a Vedmak right now. And he may very well be jammed out, being only able to focus damage onto a Scorpion. Meanwhile, the Massus Kadesh and his Abaddon is perfectly positioned at one of the opposite micro-jump drive beacons. If the Massus begins to spool on that, which he is, he will land on top of that Barghest at 0 and be able to scorch or conflag him down perfectly. Really well positioned. And yeah, now the Abaddon is on top of the Barghest at 10 kilometers, so he's going to swap to conflag, and we're going to see the Barghest shields evaporate.
What a very novel use of the micro jump drive beacons. That's a level of positioning and counter positioning we don't normally see. I mean, it normally never comes up.
Well, that's what you're going to see in the upper bracket, Alec. The reason that these teams are here is because they've demonstrated that they have the positional skills and the overall player skill to be situationally aware of these sort of things. Unlike that other Barghest that got himself rammed into the Abaddon, and you now see a Damascus turning the heat up as he continues to burn down the hull of this Barghest, who is desperately trying to ancillary boost and break the Vedmak, but he will die first, and with that, that team of No Vacancies will drop into the lower bracket as only need 2 comps. Really shows that they really don't need more than the 2 comps to be victorious. We'll break it down and send it back to the studio here.
And welcome back. I'm joined here now by Alec and Fear here in the studios. We'll be giving some commentary here. But Fear, we actually saw the top battleships that have been in the ban the most. The Scorpion on the one side and the Barghest on the other. But break it down why the choice of battleships actually mattered here the most to give 2 comps the win. I think Fear is muted, but Alec, we'll hit over to you with the same question.
Hold up, I'm good. First thing I want to say is that, well, the battleship choice definitely had a role to play. I think the bigger thing is that only need 2 comps had just better piloting throughout. Generally speaking, a Barghest shouldn't get anywhere close to an Abaddon in that type of situation. But the low end, was able to get the tackle on him very quickly in the match, and he wasn't able to effectively scram kite in that Bargus. So I want to give a huge props to really the low end piloting from only need 2 comps. I mean, the Scorpion plus Abaddon is very it's armor control-y. It's kind of the same idea of going like Newt ship plus Abaddon or something else like that. You just have a whole lot of damage and production on the Abaddon, plus a utility ship to really round home the comp. And as we saw towards the end of the match, that Scorpion getting the jam onto the Barghest saved the Vedmak, let that Vedmak have an impact on the Barghest as the Abaddon was lining up for his boosh.
Well said there as well. And Alec, I'm going to have a bit more of a broad aspect question for you just now, but before we get into that, any kind of quick thoughts on that match?
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely some interesting piloting choices, successes and failures there. The way that they brought in, Novak baited in the Rediva from 2 comps was brilliant, and they acted decisively when it worked. Unfortunately, they just were not able to capitalize. That Barcast getting a little bit too close to that Abaddon and the Scorp, getting pinned down. If that hadn't happened, if he had managed to kite those 2 battleships, which we covered it during the match commentary, there's really no reason he shouldn't have. Things may have gone very differently, but that's how it worked out. A lot of great piloting on both sides, and a couple mistakes from both sides.
So, Alec, you are actually playing in a tournament yourself, correct?
Sometimes.
Sometimes, all right. But
The network is in the tournament. I'm in some of our comps and not others.
okay, so that's actually a question I have here now. When you're a pilot that's part of a team, does a pilot like have a specific role that they fill in a team, or like what is the captain looking to do with their pilots that he has on his roster?
I think it might vary quite a bit between the higher level teams and more of the general or casual teams. We tried as much as possible to get the same people in the same roles so that they really understood the ships they were flying, understood how to position, understood what they needed to do on a level where they didn't have to spend so much time thinking about it when it actually came time for match time. But we're also a pretty small team, and the reality of it is not everybody shows up for every practice. So there is a bit of hat changing as far as like I might be in a Svipple for some comps and then transition to more of a battleship control comp later. My role is going to switch quite a bit. So we had to do a bit of that. But I think if you're a bigger team with harder core players, there's probably more specialization, and smaller teams that are a little less hardcore, probably more of a generalist take.
And Fear, now, we know these teams have their captains, the people kind of who, more from an administrative side, are in charge. But I'm not too sure how much experience you actually have being on grid there in the thick of things. But are these the same people making the calls, or how do these teams actually decide generally what to do once they're on grid? What might they be saying to each other, or who's deciding what to do what?
So it depends on team to team. In Brave, we generally had kind of 2 kind of people doing most of the calls on grid. One person was coordinating the high end, one person was coordinating the low end. Typically, high end coordination was done by Dujek.
What is high end, low end?
So high end is basically the highest DPS ships on your comp, your battleships, your battle cruisers. Sometimes your cruisers count as high end, sometimes they count as low end, depending on what role they fit in the comp. And then low end is your tackle, your Blackbirds, your other types of like smaller control-y ships that have to do something else, like your Draugrs, where they have a different role to fill, and to coordinate those ships together, you need a different voice, because not always is the same target going to be called for the high end of the comp and the low end of the comp, and someone's got to coordinate the low end. So typically, Dujek, who you heard earlier on stream, who's the other captain, coordinated the high end, while Xandar, who kind of is like our tertiary kind of captain, was doing most of the low end coordination during our scrims and practices, and eventually throughout the tournament. But I would suppose on other teams, sometimes the captain of the team fills a role more similarly to me, where I just kind of like make scrims happen and do the kind of logistics parts of it, and maybe leave shot calling to someone else. So it depends on the team. I just can say how Brave did it for our tournaments thus far.
All right, fantastic. If we do next game, we're going to be seeing the lower brackets. This is going to be elimination again. We're going to be having kiting Onichan versus Polaris Mercenary Alliance. One of the interesting bans you're going to see coming out from cutting Onichan is going to be the Golem ban, so getting rid of that Marauder. We'll see if we can give some commentary later on that match, but for now, on that ban, I mean, but for now, we will be heading to the arena where their teams are actually there and ready with the commentary pair of Radikos and Mizir.
Hello everyone and welcome to match. I can't remember the number, but it is Kiting Onichan in red and Polaris Mercenary Alliance in blue. We're already hearing in local that one of the blue guys did not make it on grid, so we're just waiting for the last one to arrive before we can start the spaceship violence.
And as our commentator Radikos is not here for now, I will be stepping in here to commentate with Mizir. So we're still just waiting for lost luck here. But Mizir, do you think here we got the Golem ban that I was commentating earlier coming from Onichan here? Do you think the comp actually is scared of just being pounded by something like a Golem right now, actually?
I mean, maybe they have been practicing with the Polaris Mercenary Alliance and faced a Golem comp that they did not like to face. But yeah, looking at the comps, Kiting Onichan has brought a Balgon for those sucky and long range reps, and then ES for links and drones, and Augurer, the Logi, take one Logi ship, Vexor Navy issue, a Draugr, a standard Vexor, and then a Stero. So can you tell me about the Polaris Mercenary Alliance setup?
On their side, on the top end, high end here, we have a Scorpion, and he looks like he is fielding cruise missiles with a British Navy issue, Rodiva, Oracle, Droger, Double Droger actually, and a Blackbird. So hopefully those Drogers are going to give them the tackle they need, because they don't really have frigates in that role, but Drogers, as we've seen before, quite a formidable ship, so hopefully it's going to allow him to give that application that's needed for the Scorpion and the British as the countdown is starting.
Yeah, and looking at the Bargon, it does have guns, 4 of them to be sacked. So this Bargon does also contribute with DPS at the cost of having full node power. And one final thing is that the last Draugr is at 0, so he's in a vulnerable spot right away.
This is due to him being late on the warp ins. The team's only having a limited amount of time to do the warp ins to not give information ahead of time. But the match is underway as we see a large amount of Repbots being launched on the Polaris side, but immediately the Vexor on the Onichan side taking a lot of damage, getting to armor now.
Yeah, so seeing that the Scorpion with cruise missiles shooting the Vexor, but he's comfortable tanking. In the meantime, the Kiting Onichan team are going for the Blackbird of Hundan Ishimasu. He's burning away, and there's a cloud of red bots on him, but will he be able to take the DPS?
Let's see. I'm quite interested here. Like, Onichan has the Vexor Navy issue, a Vexor, an EOS, but there's only one wave of heavies, it looks like, that's really going out right now on the Towards Polaris. Looks like they're favoring more of those red pods, a defensive stance, which I don't think is really the right choice here, considering you have all the damage bonuses.
I mean, the Vexor Navy issue doesn't have a full set of heavy drones, so you should expect like a mix of heavy and some smaller drones going for it, since it can't field like full 5 heavy drones. And it looks like a split DPS on the Kiting Onichan team. In the meantime, they're focusing on the Blackbird, taking a heavy amount of damage, and this Balgon is coming in, and it's going to start muting already on the Scorpion.
The Stero of Nausicaa on their Nichan side also getting low there. That's one of their more tackle ships, but they will have the Jorger to rely on as well. But speaking of Jorgers, he's pretty much getting pounded there by the Jorger on the Polaris side. Get to instruction now. He probably is going to be the first blood here, but we're going to see if they can change for trade for Jorger on the Polaris side as well. But he's getting that armor back up. The Augurer of FGI 12 doing a great job of keeping that Stero up, but he's in low structure.
Yeah, trading that the Astera for Draugr is going to be a really good trade. It looks like the Astera actually is stabilizing. Could be that the Draugr is one of the ships shooting it. In the meantime, that the Balgon is doing this work with the neutralizers on.
Yeah, it's like unfortunately no trade happening there. Letterstera looks like he's going to live to win, but the Blackbird on Blur's side taking a lot of damage there. He's trying to stay close to his Rediva. Maybe not the best choice since the Rediva does have a long range rep, but then again those rep bots need to fly around. But he's dipping into low structure right now.
The Rediva got webbed by the Balgon, so it's just a matter of time before he's going to get neutral on him, and that's going to take him effectively out of the match, not being able to do much. In the meantime, the Kiting Onichan's team still have all their ships on the field, so they're being in a really comfortable position right now. The Augur has not been threatened at all.
Especially now with the Blackbird down, that Rediva's getting the full brunt of it. With the Scorpion and Blackbird able to toggle the jams between them to kind of taunt onto themselves, it either means that they have to shoot the Scorpion, but there's a lot less jams leaving the Rediva open, and we've seen that's why he's stepping low now.
The Jogger of Emily did try and go for the Augur, but it's getting screened by the cruiser. So now Emily is going to get down and get killed off far away from the Rediva, but still within rep range.
We've pretty much seen the arena being split into two here. One side, we're getting the Rediva getting hit. Other side, we're getting an Ogre hit. So it's a bit of a logic race right now. But the Scorpion on the Polaris side, Code Earth, sitting comfortably in the middle and the back. No real pressure being applied to her. Just some, looks like some newts and fall off, not doing much effect here. So having a great time there, jamming things. Just going to rely on an RNG to pretty much keep Polaris still in this. But it's not looking good for them right now.
The big issue is that these drone ships, they don't really care that much about getting jammed. Even if they do get jammed, there's still the EOS and the VNI and the Vexa drones that can kill some stuff. Meantime, that Drogo is just looking to struggle a bit. It's only a matter of time before the Rediva is completely out of cap. So EOS and the Balgon sitting on him right now.
Definitely so. There's luckily a couple of rep bots keeping that Rediva up, but as they're losing more and more of the DPS here, Oracle's still able to put out a lot of damage, but with the cap being so low in the Rediva, that Oracle's not going to have much reps going its way, and we can see that showing now. It's dipping low armor, but the Ogre on FG on our Nichan side also dipping into low armor now.
Yeah, the Ogre is it's tackled by the Brutix Navy issue, so there's a lot of damage from this cruiser, and the Oracle also went all in to kill the Augur, but it looks like they're going to lose the Oracle because of that. So if they kill the Oracle, they might be able to save the Augur, as this little Tech 1 armor lot you can actually tank fairly well.
And we can actually see the Rediva shields have regen, so it looks like Onichan's made the correct tactic here of not really trying to put damage on it, just newts being enough to shut it down and applying damage, getting rid of the rest of Polaris' DPS, and that the tactic seems to be working out, as they're working now on getting that Brutex Navy issue down. If that BNI down, it's going to be pretty much all their DPS gone, with just some whimsy little cruises left on the Scorpion.
Yeah, the Scorpion hasn't really been able to do much in this match. It does have the jams, but at this point, it just don't care that much about it. So it's just been sitting there, been left alone as the DPS of the Polaris Mercenary Alliance team got killed off.
You know, Onichan making effective use of this gun barrel of theirs, so making use of all the bonuses on that, the webs, the newts, making use of the drone bay just to apply full pressure here. So props here to FG12 on the K on Onichan's side here for keeping our Stera up. Well, we're going to try and find out later how much hull that Stera has, but close trade there almost at the beginning, but the Stera living to win, and it looks like it pretty much gave Onichan the snowball, as we do see the Brutix Navy issue going almost dead here.
And yeah, at this point, it's only Scorpion and the Rediva left to do any damage. So it's just a cleanup job by for the Kiting Onichan team. And once again, deceiving everyone by calling the Kiting Onichan, but bringing a control setup based on drones.
So I did give them a bit of flack before on their defensive posture they took with the massive red bots out, but it seems like it paid off, able to just go in a bit of defensive stance while the Belgorn was applying that attrition where it needed to be with those newts. Now they're working on that Scorpion, just really not caring that the Rediva is on the field right now at all.
Yeah, the Scorpion has only 5 low slots, so for an armor tank ship, battleship, it's not a lot. It's not known as a tanky ship, so either if you're a shield or armor tank, it's not that strong. And with all these ships on it, it's just going like a knife through butter.
Yeah, there's the Balgorns being left to focus on the Scorpion, it seems, with the EOS locking down that Rediva most of the match now. The EOS are able to dedicate all of its highs to the Lynx and Newts and Mids to tackle, just relying on its drone bay to do most of the heavy lifting. and being a massive utility ship, quite an effective pick here, especially once it's featured in an armor team once again. But the Scorpion of Code Earth from Polaris side will be going down, and it does go down. Just the Rediva left. We'll see if maybe they'll let it break away, see if he'll commit Sudoku, but I think they're just going to hold it down and beat it senseless.
Yeah, at this point, they're just killing it. Like, if it was on a TQ, like a Alliance tournament, then people would usually like hold one ship and loot the field, because once that Rediva goes down, they're going to get teleported back. But this is the Thunderdome, so who cares about the cost of things? As GFs in local, the match is over.
Fantastic match, and I believe the Stero. Well, we'll give that actually discussion just now, but fantastic win to Onichan as we head back to the studio. And we're back. I believe if our math checks out, with the Astera being on 3%, it was roughly 18 structure left on it. Fear, do you think the target priority was on point there? We saw almost a close trade between the Astera and the Jorger. Were teams prioritizing the right targets here?
I mean, I don't know about going for the Astero over going for the other Draugr on the enemy team, to be honest. I wasn't quite sure like what actually happened that forced them to move onto that Astero, but I just think it's such a low point ship compared to your Draugr. It does so little damage compared to the Draugr. And I mean, you have 2 Draugrs on your team, yes, but like once one's gone, you've lost what, 800, 900 DPS off of your team, and a lot of the low end and the Logi killing capabilities that the Draugr is known for in this tournament. I would also like to pay a little bit of attention to the Balgorn. I noticed that it had 5 guns on it, so it only had 2 newts. So that explains why the Rediva was actually able to keep repping for as long as it was, compared to what we would expect with something like a heavier newt count Balgorn. So that's a little bit interesting, but it worked out for them in this case.
Oh, it's well put there as well. Alec, the combination there of the Balgorn and the EOS, and actually all the other drone ships as well. What do these drone ships offer besides obviously just their drones?
Well, the drones are a big part of it, but if you don't have to spend your high slots on damage, it kind of frees you up to do a bit of utility. So typically what we'll see are neutralizers, but you could also see, for instance, on ships like an EOS, extra links, and you wouldn't have the same drawbacks putting extra links on that ship that you might on others, like, say, a Nighthawk, where you're actually sacrificing some DPS for that.
Well, that is true as well there. And what do you think of the Sisters of E ships here in the tournament, Alec? Like, I think yesterday we saw Stradius play, today we see Nosteris. I feel they come across more of PvE ships. Do they actually really have a place here?
Well, they've got some interesting bonuses. An armor resist bonus with a drone bonus is a pretty nice combination, and they've got some flexible high slots. I do think some of their power doesn't really apply here. A lot of the scouting and cloaking bonuses, the exploration oriented bonuses that it has, don't really fit. And also maybe for the points, I don't know if they're the most optimal choice. But I do think that they're viable, especially the Astero and the Stradius. The Astero is an extremely underrated tackler. Could you do as good or better with a Vengeance or a Nurgle? Yeah, you probably could.
Fear, I see you shaking your head there. Do you also have comments there?
Just kind of in the same vein. I just don't think that their bonuses are necessarily good for the point cost. In this particular tournament, I think, if you want to have a heavy drone boat, yeah, it's great having a Stratios, but that's 4 drones. Whereas, if you get an Ishtar for only a handful of points more, that's 5. Right? And so I think there's and as you mentioned, Alec, there's also the fact that you don't get a covert cloak. You don't get any of these other things that make these ships actually good on TQ. For, occasionally in PvP, you'll see people blops in with Stratioses or something like that. Well, you can't do that. It's a tournament arena. You're closed in on one thing. So one of the big advantages of that ship is gone. So on top of that, the bonuses are just relatively weak for a pirate faction ship due to the fact that they have the covert cloak capabilities. And all in all, in that, yeah, it's a tanky little ship, but as you mentioned, a Draugr probably going to do better than that. A Vengeance probably going to do better than that, or like any assault frigate for the same amount of points is going to do better than an Astero, I think.
It's
Yeah,
also why
I
we
think they'd be
don't-
a lot more viable if their points got adjusted down slightly compared to
Yeah.
like pirate faction ships or maybe
Yeah,
even
yeah.
navy faction ships, depending.
always kind of
Yeah.
hard to balance points when you don't know how players are going to abuse things. But it's I do agree actually value for the points you made. As well, it's also why we don't see the big brother of the systems Eve at all, completely banned in all tournaments. The
It has a
Nestor.
useless bonus. Anyway.
Well, at first, it has a ship maintenance bay, which allows refits. That's the
Yes.
big reason it's banned. Second,
Yeah,
it's more of a
yeah.
logistic ship, technically, and that bonus is not allowed to be exploited at all.
Yeah.
So, the next game coming up, unfortunately, we saw Polaris get eliminated there from the lower brackets, with Venetian taking the win. But our next game, game 28, will be an upper brackets match. So, we'll be seeing Ultramarines versus Esports Pitopia. Ultramarines banning the Gila Jackdaw Hyena, with Esports Patopia banning the Scimitar, Scorpion, Barghast. Alec, I'm not too sure if you have any comments, because these seem pretty like almost cookie cutter bans. Not too much giving away here, I'd say.
I think the interesting thing is the counterban of the Scimitar. So it certainly seems like Ultramarines doesn't want to fight a kite comp, or maybe they want to bring it themselves rather. And by pulling the Scimitar away, that's not as much of an option. So I'm going to be very interested to see what these teams do. It could just be a straight up brawl, but
Well,
they've
yesterday,
taken away some tools from
Ultramarines-
each other.
Ultramarines yesterday brought a Vindicator, so could just be they like the brawl comps, like you said. But we will actually see what the teams are taking now as they are arriving in the arena. So we'll be heading over for game 28, Ultramarines versus Esports Patopia, with our commentary pair of Jujek and Mizir.
Hey, and welcome to this match of Ultramarines versus Esports Patopia. Ultramarines have brought a double Abaddon comp backed up with a Blackbird, a Guardian, a Magus, a Daredevil, and a Kitsune.
Yeah, on the Esports Patopia has brought a pattern just like a Red Team and a Harbinger Navy issue, a Brutix Navy issue, a Scythe Fleet issue, two Scythe Fleet issues, a Stepper Fleet issue, and a Dramiel. So they're having no logi ships and having a mix of armor and shield setup ships. So this is going to be interesting to see how these no logi setup is going to fare in this format, because I believe it's the second time we're seeing it in the tournament proper.
This is definitely a no logi comp that I can get behind somewhat, trying to take cheaper ships to have everything do damage rather than have only 3 high-end battleships do damage with
the match has begun. I'm seeing like ships already rushing in, these fast Mimitai cruisers and the Dramiel going right for these ECM ships. They know what they want to kill, but at the same time there's going to be 2 Abaddons shooting back at them.
Yeah, and going for the ECM ships also means that there's no point for the ECM ships to do anything. You can jam all you want, but they can still shoot you, and they are going to kill the Blackbird pretty soon.
Yeah, in the meantime, these Abaddons aren't really applying that much damage. These cruisers are just too fast for the tracking of these large lasers. Like the Scythe Fleet issue is only in half shield. Meantime, they already lost 2 ECM ships, and their Daredevil is getting threatened, and the Guardian is getting pummeled.
Yeah, the Patopia team know that they cannot, under any circumstances, kill an Abaddon as it has Guardian reps. So they kill the Guardian first, and now they can keep at their optimal ranges and get away from the Abaddon, the brunt of the Abaddon damage, with only the Magus and the Daredevil to try to hold them in place.
Yeah, now the Brutix Navy ship Ruth Anakin is taking damage. I believe this could be a hull tanked ship, as his armor is melting hard. But just look at Melinda 1 in that Abaddon taking already half armor, getting melted. Absolutely. That's not something you're usually just seeing on an Abaddon.
Yeah, the Abaddon probably just has 1 large Ansel Repper, and it doesn't cycle that fast. So if you are completely overloading the damage onto it, it is not going to get up soon enough to stay alive.
Yeah, so now we're actually seeing a Lodulus setup doing well. Like that, Bruce Navy is just clawing out for
And a large
But a battle.
setup in practice is 100% going to have tried it against a double Abaddon comp. Double Abaddon is an almost ubiquitous comp, and everyone has an idea of how they are going to deal with that, and they have theory crafted how long it takes them to kill an Abaddon and whether or not that is a trade they can enter into profitably.
Yeah, with the last DPS ship down on the red team, there's only the mages remaining. And they're going to break the streak of the red team winning on all the previous matches today. But this one, just before the break, I believe, we're going to see blue team take it, as they are just going balls to the walls, full DPS setup, and killing off that mages with a swarm of drones following him.
And Ultramarines have probably not tested a lot against the Minmatar Rush setup in disguise, hiding behind the Abaddon.
I mean, this is just all-out rush. And with that, going back to the studio, probably the fastest match in this tournament.
And we're back with under 3-minute match there. Nice. Finally, I think, Fear, a good show of some no-logi. I'm not too sure if it was just, ended up being a good matchup for them, or did they actually execute that rather well?
They executed it well, and it was also a novel setup and a novel idea for how to run no-logi. I think having an Abaddon as a core is a very strong choice, and then building these kind of cheaper Navy faction cruisers in amongst Navy faction battle cruisers gets you a whole lot of value for points. More so, like obviously higher value for points in terms of DPS. Raw DPS is something like an attack battle cruiser, or something like a bomber, right? But they forwent that. They're like, okay, we need a little bit of tanky. I think there was a hull tank Brutix in there as well. Let's just go in on this rush setup. And when you're up against T1 cruiser logi, they're just not going to be able to keep up with that. One of the things about this format, one of the reasons why we see a lot of T2 cruiser logi, or at least a Rodiva in this format, is just because of how powerful that is in a 7v7. But if you're bringing all DPS all the time and all these high value DPS ships to the tournament field, and you only have T1 cruiser logi, you're not going to be able to hold on nearly enough, especially once again, Blaster Brutix, AC Scythe fleet issue, AC Stabber fleet issue. Like, these are very high DPS ships for their point cost.
Good point, Stan. And then before we're heading over to the break now, Alec, excuse me. Do you have any other ships you might find that would work in a no-logi setup? Oh goodness, let me just get something while you comment on other ships that might work out in these comps.
Pray for Zoo. I think one of the key elements that made this comp work, whereas other no-logi comps might struggle, was the focus on that front-loaded anti-low-end damage. You can either go two directions with this. You can either go sort of a Kingslayer-ish type thing, like torp battleships, and just blow through whatever the core DPS of the enemy team is, and that can work. But it has more counters. I think you're more easily controlled if you go that range, or excuse me, go that way. With the Scythe fleet issues that they employ here, they have the ability to get on top of targets so quickly with these bonus rapid lights, just absolutely blow through.
It was ACs on the Scythe fleet.
Oh, ACs was it? Oh, okay. Even spicier.
I mean, medium autocannon tracking is
still good.
Actually pretty good. Yeah.
But the idea would be like blow through their link ships, blow through anything that might screen you in the future, try to pin you down, and then you can pivot from there right onto Logi. There's nothing to stop you. You're going to hit it for full damage. You can burst right through it. You're going to lose a couple ships because you don't have the Logi, but you're going to go through so much of their team so much quicker. And against so many other teams in this tournament, they're really relying on that low end for support, for jams, for links, for tackle. And they're kind of planning their comps around having that. So if you take it away from them in the first 30 seconds of the match, that can really throw a lot of teams off.
good points. I was just elaborating how you kind of just put them on the back foot and just keep pushing forward. Esports Potopia doing a good job of breaking the blue curse this evening, being the first blue team to win. That was an upper brackets match. We will be heading to a break now, with the game after the break going to be one of our lower brackets elimination matches again of Fancy Pants versus Rusty Hyena's team. That match will be kicking off at 10 past, but the stream will be up a bit before that, as we will just give some commentary before we get into action again. But for now, feel free to get up, stretch your legs a bit, grab something to eat, drink, and we'll see you back here for the match after the break.
I'm gonna do this one time, okay? They're only doing 1000 DPS from the, you're winning this game. Provided this stays alive. If this guy doesn't stay alive, then suddenly you lose that race. But it's not a lemon, I'm just like him.
It's an 800 DPS lemon.
It's not
Is that the one you were shooting friendlies, or?
No, that's not the one I was shooting friendlies.
The one who was shooting friendlies is the game we won.
Should I save this? I think I should just save it.
Yeah, I think you should save it. Entitled Lemon.
I think we're gonna save it.
Lemon Theory.
Hi. Clearly I'm not the real Brisker Ball. But sometimes it's not so easy to know what's real and what's fake. When on Reddit, check your facts. Drink quaff.
This message was paid for and sponsored by Quaff. Now introducing Quaff Glow, the incandescent beverage.
And welcome back, everyone. I got some water. I'm not no longer choking to death here now. But I'm joined here by moderator and Wingnut. Moderator looking really fantastic for the audience this evening. But moderator, if you just join us now here also on the panel, I'm not sure if you have any outstanding matches that you've seen thus far that you want to give some comment on before the break that happened. Something you want to touch on, maybe?
Yeah, I saw Top Gun this morning. It was really, really good. So no, I haven't seen any of the matches besides the one I was commentating. All of you should go check it out. It's a really great movie. They're not paying me to say that, but they are paying me to say that I'm really excited to be able to get back into this next upcoming match. Zurek and Wingnut. We got Fancy Pants and Rusty Hyena's team. How did these teams get here in this side of the bracket?
So I'm gonna pull up their comps along. So let's see, Fancy Pants and Hyena. So yesterday when where was they? So Rusty Hyenas, this in lower bracket. So Rusty Hyenas lost against Spectre Fleet. Rusty actually brought the double Paladin comp, which didn't work out for them when they were going into the Shack Curse Ashimu. So the new power they're putting them down. Wingnut, I think you were around for that match.
I don't know what I was even doing 5 minutes ago, so probably not good to ask me about that.
Yeah, it's okay. But then Fancy Pants was in match 9 yesterday. They lost versus Snuffed Out. So Fancy Pants were actually the one bringing the Devo, even though it's what's on Snuff's D-scan there. But Fancy Pants brought the Shack Zarm, Devo, Drog, Mega, Sentinel, Vexer, losing against Snuff's Out's Templars Fleet Issue, Zarm, and Icky Tursus combination. I think that was the first time we also saw an Icky Tursus. So both the teams we're finding today here in this elimination match here brought a kind of new style-ish, I would say, which didn't end up working out for them. But Wingnut, Marauders, do they actually have a place in this kind of small format for the amount of points you have to invest in them?
I'm gonna disagree with some other people who are gonna say yes, they do. They don't. They really don't. You can try your best. Some of them have some small plays, like the Varga's an interesting one, and we've seen some weird setups with paladins and stuff. But I'm just not a fan. The one thing you get is utility hires that you can use, and that's really about it. And maybe a tracking bonus.
All right, but also on the previous game here, moderator, we saw one of the teams banning a golem. What are your opinions on our Marauders? If people are bringing paladins, banning golems?
So if you're banning a golem, you're probably in some sort of a kitey composition. Like we see a lot of the sort of like Gilas, a lot of Orthrus. You basically don't want to get painted and then hit by those long range missiles that can hit you anywhere in the arena, right? So you say, okay, I want to kite. I don't want to deal with, those missiles that can hit me at long range. And if you're banning a paladin, you're also banning it for a similar reason. You're like, I don't want to get hit by the laser version of these missiles at really far across the arena. So I mean, you get scorched, you get hit by cruises. It's not going to be good for you if you're in a kiting composition.
And now, Wingnut, touching onto the bans here, we see Fancy Pants banning the Loki, Cerberus, Typhoon, with Rusty Hyenas banning the Armageddon, Abaddon, Kitsune. I mentioned about this Kitsune ban. We've seen the Blackbird being banned quite a lot. We've seen the Widow ban. We've seen a couple of Rook bans. But do you feel it's worth it banning the Kitsune? When I personally feel it's quite an easy thing to actually just deal with most of the time if it shows up.
Comp you're flying, whether it's easy enough to kill or not. I don't. Compared to the rest of the bans, it's kind of like sticking out as of why have they banned this in particular. But I don't really see anything wrong with that particular ban. Maybe they think they can kill blackbirds, but they can't kill Kitsune quickly enough. Who knows what's going on in their head? It's pretty rusty in there.
And moderator, these ECM ships, are they actually interchangeable? Like, let's say, for instance, Fancy Pants was gonna bring a Kitsune. Could they just substitute a Griffin in? Could they just put a Blackbird in? Will it actually fill the same role besides just the ECM?
So if you're bringing, instead of a Griffin instead of a Kitsune, you're getting, less of those dedicated E-War, roll frig bonuses. The Tech 2 edition just does everything the Tech 1 ship does, but more, and it's more obnoxious. But again, the frigate sides are, you trade mobility for survivability. If you're bringing a Blackbird, you're saying, okay, it's not the tankiest of ships, but I want it to at least be able to catch some reps before it pops. And that's kind of the trade-off that you make. So it's a conscious decision by both sides choosing to kind of fit in with, the overall point value of these ships and where they really feel it makes the most sense in their composition. If you're in a kiting comp, you're not going to bring, a Blackbird if you want to bring ECM. You're going to bring something more mobile like that Kitsune or Griffin.
That's good points there as well. And touching on now, we've been speaking about the Kitsune so much here, Wingnut. We've seen the Sentinel yesterday, which kind of had a bit of a limelight there. Hyena's also been showing up. Why don't we really see the carries, the Galente version of the EFs in tournaments?
I'm pretty sure we've banned having scripts in the damps, correct? I'm not crazy? So yeah, that's pretty much why. You can't really control the ship the way you'd want, because if you could double damp range script from a carries in this, I could just imagine the complaining in the forums and the complaining in Discord. It would be just a monumental. Just making a battleship go from like 100k to 20.
That quite literally used to be a very old Alliance tournament meta where you would have, 3 or 4 total damps onto like a scimitar, right? From something like a Celestis. Very low point, cruiser, you would think, okay, that would be like the equivalent of bringing a Blackbird, right? You bring the damp ships. And all of a sudden, even if you're getting, remote sensor boosted, you have a lock range of like 10 kilometers at most, and all of a sudden your scimitar has to ram in order to get any sort of reps. And if it gets in 10 kilometers, that's very conveniently inside of grapple range, instead of newt range, instead of scram and web range. So you're gonna, get killed very, very quickly in that sort of situation. That's why in more recent years, over the last half decade, we've tended to not see tournament rules allow that because it was so oppressive. We didn't really want to go back to that.
I can especially imagine a combination of EC drones or widows on grid, and you just switch to sensor dampening as well, lock time, where it's like, great, I can lock now, but now it's going to take me half a minute to lock, and I'm just going to be jammed again by the time I can lock. So while ECM itself can be frustrating, it still has RNG to it, whereas damps are just, exactly that person is oppressed and they're hating their life right now. So
that's what I'm saying. You know exactly how fucked you are. That's all you need to say.
That's minor language here on the stream now, Wingnut. But soon we're going to be seeing the team show up here. I did pose this question earlier to my panel before, but moderator, I would like to hear your input of T3 cruises with this Loki ban. In this kind of format, are T3 cruises still the threat that they might have been in the Alliance tournament?
I mean, as kind of the desk was alluding to earlier, I think teams have just sort of done the calculation on the points value and said, okay, what do we really get for what the Tech 3 Cruiser brings to the field? And how much is it going to cost us to really do that? And I think the conclusion that we see from pretty much all these teams has been pretty unanimously, no, not really, for the amount of value you really want to get on grid for the points.
Well put there as well. We do actually see the teams arriving here in the arena. So we're going to be going soon here to game 21, which is going to be a lower bracket elimination match, meaning the loser here will be unfortunately eliminated from the tournament. We're going to be seeing Fancy Pants versus Rusty Hyena's team. And we'll be going over to the arena now with our commentary pair of Jujek and Fear.
Thank you very much. My name is Fear, joined by Dujek, and on the red side, we have Fancy Pants Thunderdome with Scorpion's Arm, Oracle, Exec Navy, Magus, and Mauler.
And on the other side, we have a Leshak, Sarmaz, Double Blackbird, Heretic, Pontifex, and Punisher.
Rook Blackbird, actually.
Oh, Rook. That is... well, we've seen a couple of Rooks this season.
Yeah, the double ECM up against single ECM comp. We see the Zarms as they try to play King Keeper on their side. 30 seconds until the match starts. I want to see where these Oracles position. I've not been sold on the Oracles thus far this tournament. They have a lot of DPS, but they are very much paper. If the Scorpion can't let gems off the front, I think they're going to melt.
They do bring projection to the table over the Vedmax that we've normally seen in that slot for the Scorpion Widow team. They have beefier ships, but worse jams.
And immediately they're onto the Rook. Yeah, get this jam strength bonus ship off the table, but they're going to trade for the Oracle of Katarina, it looks like. So we'll see who goes down first between the paper tank that is an Oracle and the paper tank that's a Rook.
The Sarmasts on both sides are going to be pretty happy if this is drawn out by only a couple of seconds. They can spool up and they should be able to keep these initial ships alive, and the Punisher is taking some damage to stress the Sarmast a bit, since he cannot split his reps between the Punisher and the Rook.
Yeah, the Saxac Navy, same deal. Rusty Hyena's trying to get some damage on to the Saxac Navy at the moment, as this Rook starting to stabilize under the Zarmazd reps. Katarina has stabilized under her Zarmazd reps as well, as they are still splitting the DPS between Katarina and Druby.
So we are getting into a little bit of a stalemate to start off here, and then we have to see, like, how is the Rook going up against how's the Scorpion going up against the Rook and the Blackbird? The Blackbird can save the Rook if by jamming out DPS as the Rook is being targeted, whilst the Scorpion is kind of just hoping to get the entire team on him and tank it.
Might add, this Leshak and the Scorpion have been staring each other down, but not a whole lot of DPS has gone either way. Katarina dipping lower into the armors. They keep on splitting the damage between all the members of Fancy Pants, Thunderdorm, Rusty Hyenas, though. They don't have enough focus DPS on a single target really to kill it. Even under these Zarm reps, I'm not sure you want to split between 4 targets.
The Leshak team obviously has almost no other DPS except for the Zarmazd. The Heretic and the Heretic is really his only dedicated backup damage support, and the Heretic cannot actually kill anything on its own. So the Leshak is going for less tanky targets than you would normally see, and also I'm a bit surprised that the Leshak isn't going for the Scorpion, given how he doesn't like to swap targets.
I'm a bit surprised on that at the moment, but he is on Anthony Parker in this Oracle, trying to chase him back down, but the Oracle is not tackled, as Ish Sindolos, I can't pronounce names, in the Magus seems to be taking the brunt of the damage from our HT, but Anthony Parker still very low in this Oracle. He's not very close to his Zarm. Actually, he's very far away from the Zarm. This might be first blood to Rusty Hyenas.
Yeah, and the spool up is going to eventually get the Leshak into the good damage range he wants to be in. The Leshak obviously does have some tackle support to keep the targets locked down, both so that he can hit them and so that they cannot get out of his range again. And Leshaks are also surprisingly fast ships for a battleship, and an armor one at that.
Indeed they are. Anthony Parker, though, has gotten range of these Zarm reps and is now starting to rep back up, even though he wasn't half structure. Meanwhile, this Punisher of Pavel, down very low in armor, but he's staying alive for the time being. Carl has let this guy run away from him, this Oracle. So now not even in Maison range, as the Zarm moves around the backside of the fight, trying to keep this Oracle alive, and should be able to, even under this Leshak DPS.
As we can see, there are huge rep drone clouds on several ships in this arena, because as armor and drone unbonused ships, rep drones are a staple. And even the Heretic wobbled some of
Wait, Zarm caught Milton in the Zarm is caught, it looks like. Yeah, he's caught by Fancy Pants Thunderdorm. They're going to be able to DPS him down. He doesn't have a whole lot of tank left, unless this Rook and Blackbird can get jams.
Yeah, there's just a whole large group of ships together there, with all of the rep drones trying to keep the Zarm alive, and his high-end further off trying to deal with it. And the Oracles are also doing what they can to get their damage split here. Like, one is on the Rook and one is on the Zarm at the moment.
Yeah, but this Zarm, I mean, he's stabilizing now. Perhaps these jams have actually landed to keep him alive for the time being. That's the power of these ECM comps. Anthony Parker still looks to be the damage from the Leshak, but he's already been healed up pretty much to full by this Zarm, and that has stabilized. Meanwhile, Zarm and Milton now diving. The jams have fallen off, and he's down into about a third armor left.
In a surprising turn of events, apparently the Scorpion has grappled the Leshak to keep him from getting onto the targets that he wants to go onto.
That's a mid slot I wouldn't normally see on a Scorpion. Anthony Parker, though, getting a bit of damage onto him still. This Zarmast of the X-Ryla has a little bit of trickle on him. Maybe actually has gotten the Leshak on top of him. Anthony Parker, though, diving back into structure. He goes down. Milton Sealy, despite being a third armor, is still alive as I try to get more damage onto this Fancy Pants Thunderdome Zarm at the moment. This Heretic is the one that's on him right now, but there is no follow-up damage.
As we had in our practices, we found that the Scorpion wasn't that great at keeping its entire team alive because it doesn't have as high of a strength bonus to its jams and relies heavily on having picked the right colors to match the enemy ships.
Yeah, no strength bonus, just a range bonus on the Scorpion and the Blackbird. It's the T2 ships that get the strength bonus, and why we've seen the Widow Zarm be so prevalent throughout the tournament. Milton diving once again into low armor as Katarina also diving towards structure at the moment. They've lost one of the Oracles. They're going to lose another unless jams can land onto the Leshak.
That Oracle is going to die unless, yeah, as you say, it goes down immediately.
And
this is going to be very hard for the other team to catch up on DPS now. Like, Scorpions have almost no damage, and one Exec Navy and a Mauler are hardly going to be able to break anything under Zarm reps, even the Zarm itself.
Leshak of Karl now going towards the Zarm of X-Rayla, who is still tackled by this Heretic. Once Leshak's onto the Zarm, I think it's all over for Fancy Pants Thunderdome.
One of the things that is interesting about this match is that the Gila is not banned, and they did not bring it, either of them. So these teams thought that they might have a chance against Gilas with these comps, maybe jamming out the drones, but they ended up in a mirror having both outsmarted themselves.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, 2 jam ships better than 1. It looks like this Rook has done quite a bit of work for Rusty Hyenas, keeping Milton alive despite being tackled earlier on in the match. He's now back up to full armor. There's damage on this Exec Navy. I think it's just trickle damage from the rest of the team as this Zarm is being yeeted on by the Leshak. Actually, the Exec Navy is the one getting yeeted on by the Leshak. I think he's just using Maison at this range.
Yeah, and it's stabilized. I feel like there is almost no chance that the Scorpion and friends are going to really get anything killed at this point, but they can delay their own death by a while.
Now they're finally on X-Rayla, it looks like. Yeah. That's a RIP to the Zarm. Okay. Suppose the Zarm had a local rep that worked like the Triglavian remote rep.
Just spooling up forever until it became a brick.
Yes. I'm thinking, maybe that would make the Zarm a little bit better.
I was taking a bit of a break from me when the Zarm was introduced, and when I first got to fly with them and against them, there were several questions that I had about how they felt flying, and I immediately went to Wormholers to ask about that because they're pretty popular there.
And what did the Wormholers say, Dujak?
Well, actually, one of my first questions was whether you could realistically fit both normal and Triglavian reps on them, and that wasn't very popular. Normally, you just see them with a whole bunch of smart bombs. But obviously, those are fleet Zarms, not meant to keep themselves alive either. But I love the Triglavian range for all of them utility hides that they have, as the exec navy of Drooby McFlooby is going into hull and dying.
Yep, looks like 100-0 for Rusty Hyenas. Yeah, but you say that in like TQ, that's what we see. But a lot of times these arms in TD in this tournament have, I believe, medium reps in addition to their Triglavian rep to try to keep the smaller things alive while still focusing on that one target. I know that that leads to some cap issues with the Zarm compared to some of the other ships. So I then ask, outside of these taunt or like single big target comps, they're going to the MJD of Glory, or not MJD of Glory. That was all over, 61-0. Okay, I didn't realize that was 10 minutes. We're gonna send that back to the desk to break that down, and we'll go into the next match after that.
And we're back in the studio of Moderator and Wingnut. Wingnut, do you agree with the commentators? Does this arm actually need to be better than it is already? Because I think it showed a pretty strong performance there with the support built around it. And I do not know. I believe Wingnut has the curse of the mute.
I fixed it. I noticed it the moment I started speaking. We all know I think that the Zarm is trash, but it doesn't need a buff. It's perfectly fine. It's its main thing that is it is actually really damn tanky. So it's not really that about the rep being good or bad. It's just that it's a brick. You know it's a brick, and you don't really want to shoot it. But when you do shoot it, you spend the next like 20 minutes just trying to kill this one ship. But
it is a
random
wonderful
thing
ship,
in that,
though.
by the way, the Scorpion on that team had no guns, but he never fired a smart bomb. Was that a full Newt Scorpion? Did he just not use his eyes? Just max tank
comment
it?
a bit then on the ECM setup there, Moderator. We saw on the Rusty Pan side bringing the double ECM ships of the cruisers, only going versus the single ECM ship. Is that already kind of a misplay right off the bat when you're considering to do ECM, taking only one ECM hull versus two?
I mean, not necessarily. So we saw that Scorpion was getting pretty consistent jams onto the Leshak of Carl C, who, despite being on top of an Oracle and nuding it, and spooling on top of an Oracle at 0, couldn't break it. So you have to imagine that the reason that happened was because that the Leshak kept getting its spool broken repeatedly. I think what we really saw being the reason that the match was won or lost in the end was, I think it was actually newt pressure in the very end. I think probably the Executor Navy issue and some of the oracles actually ran out of their capacitor to actually cycle their guns and continue to be able to pressure the Leshak that repeatedly got into low armor. And I was wondering at some point, like, when are you going to send some of your attack drones to kill the Logi drones that are on top of this hull? You've got a full flight of Logi drones that are keeping this Zarm at full HP or keeping it alive just enough. You don't have any smart bombs to clear the drone, obviously, in that Scorpion. You need to do something, because you're not going to be able to just punch through its reps while it's got a cloud of 3 or 4, flights of repair drones on top of it.
Yeah, it's like we saw the Dictator flying around there, dropping wobbles all over the show. Fantastic, good for him. But I mean, probably would have been a lot better off spending his time, using whatever weapon system he had, just getting rid of drones. I think there was a Magus as well, if I remember correctly. They should have multiple variations of drone-based configurations. So even if it's just 3 lights he can put out, that's can still do a bit of work here.
Interesting
but
in there as well. They had an exec Navy right on the target as well, who has blasters. Right there. Just split your blasters, start flopping off Logi drones as fast as you can lock them.
You should be able
really quickly.
You should be able to 2 cycle or 3 cycle a lot of those drones. I mean, we don't see Executor Navy issues brought all that much. Usually we see its Amar counterpart, the Augur Navy issue. And for those of you who might be thinking, well, isn't the Augur Navy issue or an Executor Navy issue, aren't those just like better Tech 1 Logi? You might think so, but no, they're actually just full-on damage versions of those what those hulls used to be nearly a decade ago, before those Tech 1 cruisers became Logi cruisers. They're just, you can think of them as just faction just damage cruisers, and they have really good damage bonuses. Like the Executor Navy has a fire rate and a damage bonus. So, 5 blasters with all of that, you're going to be chunking pretty hard.
So just quickly now, as we do have the teams ready, with zero context, and if you're able to take a quick look, who do you guys think is going to win this next matchup of Snuffed versus Spectre Fleet? Wingnut, who do you think is going to win? You're on the spot.
Hold on, let me just see who this is.
You got a couple of seconds.
Not even close. Easy. I pray they don't lose. That would be embarrassing if my boys lost.
Fantastic. Wingnut, you got a couple of seconds. Go ahead.
I'll say
Okay,
Snuffed.
cool.
I'll say Snuffed.
And with that, with Snuffed out and Spectre Fleet ready for our upper brackets match here, we're going to be handing off now to the arena to Jujek and Fear.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fear, joined by Dujek, and on the red team we have Snuffed Out, Tempest Fleet Issue, Zarm, Ikatursa, ANI, Draugr, Vengeance, Mauler in the exact same comp they brought yesterday.
And for Spectre Fleet, we have Double Abaddon, Curse, Draugr, Large Ship Frigates, and Thalia and the Deacon, and a Vengeance for Tackle.
Love to see the Draugr, most picked ship of the tournament thus far in this dual Abba setup. Up against this Tempest Fleet Issue, they're going to pump out quite a bit of damage, especially with that Curse. Not having a whole lot of things to say. Might be able to shut down the Ikatursa, but the TFI will be just fine as we are holding on to a second. There's a little bit of delay in the start of the match.
I like the Curse here, actually. I think that it has just enough targets to deal with. Like, you don't necessarily have to shut off the Tempest for it to be great. And if it has tracking disruptors, they are certainly going to get their value. And lastly, but not least, I think that a lot of the commentators for tournaments hype up the Curse to unreasonable amounts, and I want either way. If the Curse wins, they're right. The Curse is great. If the Curse turns out to do nothing, we get to hold it against them.
I mean, this is not something that we bend all that often in our scrims. That said, Vengeance off both these teams starting for a dive as the Draugr of Rain looks towards this back line, going to try to pop out either this Ikatursa or the other Draugr. Going to be tackled by this Vengeance, though, as the Curse dives into the backside of the fight as well. Vengeance of the Russian trying to find the Zarm of Infinitas off the backside of the fight, but he's got to make a quick turn to make anything happen here. Damage already on to Nuke Michael. He's into armor, but he's got Zarm reps to keep him alive through these Abaddons.
Yeah, the Curse is putting his attention on the Ikatursa of MC Cricket to keep it from doing more damage, and just balling in on a Battleship on each of the comps to see who they can kill. The Sarmaz can only rep one target at a time for the most part, whereas the Deacon and the Thalia don't rep all that much, and they don't have that great of a range, so both teams have different limitations on how they can most efficiently keep their team alive.
Infinitas X, though, has been tackled off the backside by the Curse and the Vengeance, which means once that Curse gets to him, Nuke Michael will go down. This Tempest Fleet Issue alone can do more damage than an individual Abaddon, just due to the natures of large autocannons, but now the Zarm has no reps for him, and Nuke Michael will be first blood. A great Battleship headshot for the side of Spectre Fleet.
Yeah, it's always a risky call to go in and try to brawl it out against a tank bonus ship like the Abaddon, but the Tempest Fleet is still not dead, and it's doing its best. But that doesn't seem to be enough to win this initial trade.
Yeah, this Curse actually doing a lot of work. I know you said you weren't a huge fan of the ship, but it did make sure Nuke Michael falled. And with a huge chunk of the DPS off Snuffed outside, this should start to snowball in favor of Spectre Fleet. The Curse of Starlight's already done his job, is now diving into structure, but I think it's already a little bit too late for Snuffed out. As that Curse falls, the Abaddons are already starting to move in onto their next target.
Yeah, this is also going to show that you get a lot more damage out of a team when you pay 2 ships and fewer points for large ship frigates, although now they've lost one and the other one cannot rep itself easily, so it is probably going to follow pretty soon. So now
gonna
they
trip-
just have to see how much damage they can actually put out with only an Ikitursa, Ognavi, and a Mauler and a Draugr. As
Infinitas
they're
and the
also
Zarm,
losing
though.
their Logi.
Yeah, Infinitas and the Zarm already down about half structure here. He's got some local reps as the curse is off on him, but this Vengeance on the backside just keeping him locked down, finally into low structure. They'll trade both Logi Frigs for the Zarm, and that is a worthwhile trade. I would think for Spectre Fleet, it's 4 ships to 5, but importantly, it's 2 battleships, a Draugr and a Vengeance up against just an Ikitursa, ANI, and Draugr for DPS.
Yeah, I guess the only hope that they really have here is to try to keep under the guns of the Battens as well as they can. However, with the Vengeance and the Draugr supporting with tackle, that just isn't going to be a great option.
And they found the Ikitursa of Mick Creckett. The Draugr's got the DPS onto him. One of these Abaddons, Virion, appears to be moving in towards him as the Mauler has the other Abaddon tackled. But Mick Creckett not going to be long for this world in the Ikitursa. They're going to trade for the Draugr potentially as he dives into structure, but still he's tackled by an Abaddon. He is dead for the count.
Yeah, all of the Spectre Fleet tackle is dead now. But these Abaddons are monstrously tanky with a 20% armor bonus on top of it being a battleship. And yeah, it's not completely set in stone what the result is going to be yet.
Yeah, 71 to 48 at the moment in favor of Spectre Fleet. And if they can keep both these Abaddons alive, they win, even if they're not able to get onto any of these other ships. Meanwhile, the ANI Draugr will have to try to be at max range, not get grappled by one of these Abaddons, because if they do, it'll spell doom for them. But they need to get the DPS, and they're putting on to Eldaron at the moment as Matt Riley and the Draugr appears to maybe have been caught.
Yeah, the Draugr is really the key here because it can actually put out a decent amount of damage, and it is hard to catch. But I'm not seeing much in the way of rep drones coming out to rep anyone here.
Focus Widowmaker goes down. He was the Mauler that was keeping Eldaron in check. He's got the Vengeance, ANI, and Draugr on him as the Draugr of Matt Riley just moves way far away from these Abaddons. But the grapples landed onto this Vengeance, and with 2 Abaddons shooting at you, if they can keep the transversal to basically 0, they should be able to melt through you just fine. And just got word, Spectre Fleet should win this unless they lose both battleships. Snuff need both battleships to win. They've lost their Vengeance. Now the Augur Navy and the Draugr are the last ones alive. Eldaron still staying up in about 13% armor. But this Draugr still can't spool on him because he is so far away from these Abaddons. Has to use long-range ammo, and that's not a whole lot of damage up against these tanky Abaddons who appear to maybe moving on to this ANI now.
I guess they might get a consolation prize at best in Eldaron, but there's no way Virion dies unless he makes his way over to a MJD and activates it in the wrong direction.
Yep. Eldaron diving into structure, but Snorbet and the Aug Navy. I mean, he is an Aug Navy. He is very tanky, not as tanky as the Abaddon. Almost into structure himself. And once he falls, it'll be Draugr versus Abaddon. And given enough time, I'm sure the Draugr would win. But in less than 3 minutes that it'll be in that time, I don't think Matt Riley's going to be able to kill Virion, as both of these ships are now onto structure. Snorbet goes down first.
Yeah, now if this was like an infinite length match, the Abaddons would just move away from each other, and then one of them would have transversal on the Draugr in any way it tries to get into do damage.
Yeah, this Draugr not getting as much transversals perhaps necessary, diving in a bit of a deep cut at both of these Abaddons. Eldaron very low into structure at the moment, now 3% structure, should end up falling as the Draugr looks for the drive-by kill. Matt Riley still not taking any damage from Virion as he's got too much transversal to deal with.
Yeah, all the damage the Draugr is taking at this point is from 2 sets of light drones on him, which are just slowly chunking him down until he dies.
Yeah, Eldoran, I mean, he's got a local repper on him. 4% armor remaining, but he'll still go back down into structure, I would have to imagine, with the Draugr DPS. Matt Riley just got a chunk out of him. Eldoran goes down. Now it's Abaddon versus Draugr, and I don't think the Draugr's going to win this one.
Given enough time, perhaps, and a local rapper.
And a local repper, perhaps. I don't know. I feel like an Abaddon should be able to get, if they have like an Ansel, should be able to get through an Ansel rep before the Draugr kills it.
Yeah, I mean, with the light drones and so on, like a properly solo fit PvP Draugr in this case instead of a tournament Draugr, perhaps.
Perhaps. I mean, he's got high transversal, and it's going to be very tough for Varian to actually track him, as he is, of course, an Abaddon. Does not have a tracking bonus. This is one of the cases where Jujek's favorite Amar laser ship, the APOC, would actually be doing very well right now.
My favorite is the Paladin. I like the
Okay,
APOC a lot,
favorite
but
Tech 1
obviously...
laser ship. Tech 1 laser ship. Sorry, I forgot about the Paladin.
Yeah, the Draugr killed all the drones on him at least, so he's going to stay alive.
Yep. As we wind down in the match, 1 minute remaining. Matt Riley should not be able to kill Varian, but I don't think Varian's going to kill Matt Riley here either. Apparently, Varian is singing on comms right now. Send help to the Spectre Fleet comms channels.
Varian is great. I like him every time he isn't knocking me out of a tournament.
I think we can say the same for a lot of people. Either way, this match winds down to a close, less than 30 seconds remaining, and this should be Spectre Fleet winning in a hard-fought victory down to the last ship from either team. Oh, there's a chunk in the structure. 5 seconds remaining. That's it. We're going to throw this back to the desk to break down that match and bring us into the next one. See you right after this.
And welcome back. Great show there right to the end. Unfortunately, a bit of a grind match, but was a potential for Snuff to pull out the victory. Unfortunately, a few things happened there, but some great show commitment right until the end there. Moderator, thoughts on the general outcome of the match there? Snuff actually bringing this exact same comp the day before and knocking Fancy Pants into the loser brackets.
Yeah, I think to a certain extent, Snuff was pretty well playing on the back foot from the get-go off of the draft. Nuke Michael in his Tempest Fleet issue, you think of Tempest Fleet issue, you think of those autocans, you're like, okay, I really want to be in there, but you can really project out with Barrage to 40, 50 kilometers pretty comfortably, except there was a curse on grid, which means the only thing you can really do is brawl at 0. And as a Tempest, you really, really do not want to be brawling at 0 against a double pair of Abaddons. You're never, ever winning that trade, even if you have the Triglavian reps against the Frigate reps. That was kind of an almost losing in draft situation. Infinitas X did the correct thing, which was to burn 50, 60 kilometers away, just still within that 70-kilometer range of the Tech 2 Mutaplasmid rep. But I mean, it's really tough coming in with that kind of composition and being forced to play against the curse.
Well, yeah, like Wingnut. So the TFI, I think, was doing its job. But actually, I think the turning point was them just allowing that curse to do what it had to do.
Yeah, so the Tempest Fleet kind of just saw if I think this is the plan, was the Tempest Fleet's going to hold the Abaddons and try and, like, with the Zam reps, maybe outlast them, and then have the Ikatursa stop the curse from killing or disrupting the Zam. The problem is the curse got all the way to the Zam before anyone stopped it. Like, they reacted to the curse way too late. We were talking before about, people respect the curse too much. This time, they didn't respect the curse enough. They didn't drop everything to kill the curse first. So,
Definitely,
yeah, I feel like the curse there was all it took. The curse got to the Zam, broke that rep for even a split second, and that was it. The Tempest couldn't hold anymore.
But moderator, we saw Spectre Fleet here now bringing the Frigology. It did come. I don't think it mattered too much to end, but we've seen mostly the Cruiserology, we've seen the Zarns, we've seen the Redivas, we've seen Oneroses. What are the advantages or disadvantages that teams would be experiencing by bringing Frigology onto the grid?
So the advantages of bringing Frigate Longy is that it has less points that you're forced to bring, right? You bring that Logi cruiser, and it's like, oh god, okay, I spent so many points on this already. How am I going to build a composition around this? Whereas if you're a Spectre, you bring two Thalias, you're like, okay, I can bring a Curse, I can bring two Abaddons, and I'm good. I have all the points in the world to be able to work with that. The downside is that, I mean, two frigates does not rep nearly as much as, that Zarm will. And we did see eventually that the Snuff Support Wing, we got the Draugr, we got the Augur Navy issue, and the Mauler that all hard committed on top of the curse and was able to break through it, and then was able to split apart and break through the Thali and the Deacon. But the Thali and the Deacon, the curse lived long enough after Nuke Michael had already gone down in the Tempest that Snuff was never going to be able to break through two Abaddons at that point.
Yeah, well put there as well. And just taking a quick look here, we do have the teams ready on the grid here. We should be sending it through. Going through soon. But it's going to be interesting battleship choice there on the red team side. So that's going to be a Nasty Story versus Tournament Team. This is going to be game 22. Just to make sure our commentators are ready for this. But we will actually be heading over to the arena now with a DTM and Fear to watch game 22 in a lower brackets elimination match.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the grid. I'm DTM135, joined by the immaculate, the amazing Fair. What's going on, man? Tell me about these teams and how you're feeling.
On the red side, we have a Nasty Story bringing Geddon, Megathron, Guardian, Draugr, Mauler, and Purifier. And yes, that is a bomber. Yes, that is a Geddon. And if I'm looking at the model, I don't see any missile launchers, so I believe this is a full nuke Geddon for a Nasty Story.
I'm pretty excited right now. I haven't gotten to cast Nasty Story, but I think they're capable of great things. I'm curious to see how this Purifier plays out. It looks like we're starting the match and we're seeing the Skybreaker dive for the enemy team off to the right, actually. Oh, he's changed his mind, spinning back around.
It's a Torp-Geddon. I've been corrected by Zor, so I just can't tell what a torpedo is, apparently, looking at him. Ship. Either way, this Megathron and the Geddon starting to burn in towards this kitey side from Tournament Team, as the Purifier and the Draugr seem to be the first DPS targets for these Gilas.
Yeah, we're seeing the Draugr of Indway take a lot of damage right now. I think he is... Looks like he might be a little bit far away to actually get reps from this Guardian right now.
Yeah, he's just melting. There's no way out of this. And
there's the reps. They finally did land.
A little bit of reps, but he's still in very low structure, going back up to about 1/3 armor. Might be able to live through this as he hasn't been targeted down completely from the side of Tournament Team. Meanwhile, Aron taking a bit of damage as well. This Geddon and this Megathron, though, still haven't found their target quite yet. They're moving in, trying to find this Barghest. I would have to imagine this Megathron a little bit close, but it's very hard to get on top of a Barghest who's going to scram kite you.
Yeah, if that Barghest is a scram, he's going to have a really hard time catching it, but this Megathron is got speed. 1600, 1700. He's going fast. I do see a web animation on the Barghest. Is he going to be able to catch him, or is this Bifrost going to screen him off?
Skybreaker's there to screen off as well, too. Got the scram on the Megathron. The Barghest should be able to get out of that one and still stay alive with full health. No armor taken anymore from the side of a Nasty Story. They've all been healed up by their Guardian, as this Guardian and Semi have been doing quite a bit thus far. Kite coming in from Tournament Team, though, has been very strong. They haven't been caught by anyone yet from a Nasty Story. This Draugr of Aron needs to look for a dive soon or someone out of position to make this match go in their favor.
Yes, right now they absolutely need to find a weak point in the enemy team, whether that's getting ahead of them, getting ahead of the the orbit they're pulling. We are seeing the Guardian of Solo take a little bit of damage. Meanwhile, the Purifier just gets chunked through into armor right now.
Yeah, unfortunate thing about purifiers, they are very, very squishy. Mauler of Papa, though, burning a little bit far ahead. Might be looking for this Gila or perhaps the Scimitar, but the Gilas are burning down towards them. And it looks like Yoya's going to try to screen maybe this Bifrost as well to keep them off the Simi. This is very well played from Tournament Team to keep this screen going. Meanwhile, this Guardian has really only been taking rapid heavy damage from the Barghest and like a pair of Gila drones, but he still is very low armor compared to where he really wants to be in this match.
Absolutely. They're going to want to try and get rep bots on that if they have them and actually get him back up to full, but we are seeing him drop right now below that 30% armor point, which is a dangerous spot to be in. It looks like if this Guardian goes down, suddenly the red side's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, a nasty story without this Guardian. Does not have a whole lot to do against this kite comp. This Mauler started burning towards the Gila of Total. If Papa's able to grab that, maybe they can look for a trade. But a Gila for a Guardian, not necessarily worth it, especially with the Guardian all the way down to 1% structure remaining. One more rapid heavy volley will do him in, but he's starting to rep back up. I think this Barghest may have hit his clip.
Maybe hit his clip. That's such a cruddy time to hit your clip. The Guardian is looking like he might actually make it out of this, but those reps are just coming in so slow with the self reps. There's another fleet boost. It doesn't look like they have any bots to help him out. He needs to be careful right now because these Gilas, if they start looking at him, there's the drones coming over. And I do believe Solo's going to go down to the Guardian just here in a moment.
Yep, all 4 Gila drones got the time they needed to get on top of him, and he is dead. Now, this is a loduless comp that has not caught anything off the kite. This has been beautifully flown thus far from Tournament Team as they continue to kite around the map. Now they're going to pick off whatever targets they so please. Going to look for the Draugr of Armont first, it looks like. And this Purifier.
This is one of those situations where this was just played so beautifully by Tournament Team. They came in, they're flying literal circles around these guys, kiting perfectly, taking out Draugrs, taking out, T2 Logi. Absolutely just beautifully played. This is what you want to see. This is the kind of team coordination as we're watching Tournament Team just pick them apart one ship at a time.
Yeah, it's just a get kited type of scenario here. Beautifully flown from Tournament Team. They pick up the Purifier, going to look for the next Draugr, and finally move on to this Armageddon, Mauler, and Megathron. There's the second Draugr popping. It looks a little like 100-0 for Tournament Team. That's exactly what they wanted to see this round.
We've seen this Megathron absolutely chasing this Barghest around the entire time. He would be able to do DPS if he can get on top of the Barghest, but the Bifrost and the Skybreaker just screening him exactly when he doesn't want to be screened. Just as he's getting those webs or those grapples onto him, we're even seeing newts hitting him the entire time as the Barghest is newting the Mega as he flies away, leaving him with even less cap to play with.
Yeah, and they're onto the smaller next. They're just working their way bottom up. Papa Benedict got the Gila drone blob on top of him, and he is a Mauler, relatively tanky for a Tech 1 cruiser, but still should end up falling without too much issue. Tournament Team, once again, extremely well flown this match. Give my props to Charlie the Chair. He was co-casting with me earlier today. There's the Mauler.
This is one of the. It's just, you watch kiters do kite things against a dive comp that's just not quick enough to catch them. And this is the kind of match you're going to end up with, 9 out of 10
times. Kiting is dishonorable. Kiting is dishonorable. That's all I have to say. All right.
We should just get rid of kiting. If you fit a micro, it's over. Micro, and nanos, absolutely not allowed in anger games.
No. No kite allowed. Never again. Real men brawl. Kiting is dishonorable. The Megathron goes down. This is 100-0 without too much of a question. I mean, I can't even give this as a what went wrong for another story or a nasty story, because it's just tournament team outpiloting them at every turn. The one time they may have gotten the Bargats caught, it was beautifully screened off by the Skybreaker of Charlie the Chair, well flown by him, being the commentator from that team. And what other captains, if I remember correctly?
Absolutely, really well played. I gotta hand it to tournament team, showing a nasty story. You know that their story is gonna be pretty nasty because they're just gonna get whacked here, man.
Yep. So, DTM.
Yeah.
Do you think this comp from what? Okay, someone just boundaried. Yep, it was the Bifrost boundaried. Okay, that's fun. Not 100-0 anymore. It's 100-8. Rather, do you think this comp from a nasty story would have been improved by, I don't know, a Vindicator?
You know, this might be a situation with an overheated web where it might have actually gone better, but I don't think so. The Vindicator
that was
clearly
a trick
the superior
question.
than the Megatron, as it is not only has a darker paint job, it does more damage. So
perhaps we're gonna send that back to the desk to break down that nearly flawless victory from tournament team.
And welcome back. Unfortunately, the Bifrost boundary there, tarnishing a perfect win there by tournament team. But tournament team still taking the win off the Nasty Story and knocking them out of the tournament. I'm joined here now with Mazir as well. Mazir, any opening comments there on the match that just occurred here?
Well, I want to say that people who say that kiting should be banned are the people who don't know how to manually control their ships.
They did it quite well. They did it quite well, effective kiting, I would say.
Just throwing a shade at there are commentators who wanted kiting to be banned because we're seeing a well-executed setup by the tournament team. Like, these are small gang people. They are really good at kiting, and they're up against a setup and some people who haven't really been practicing that much against kiting. One big mistake I saw at the beginning when we saw them try and burn in towards the kiting team, and then the kiting team, like, they were getting towards the edge of the arena, so they turned toward the left and deflected off, and just saw the Geddon and the Megatron just burning straight at them, clicking approach. Like, what the Geddon should have done was starting to turn left as well and try and burn in front of them. They didn't do that, and that meant the kiting boys and the tournament team could just have so much space they could kite around. No need to do
Speaking about that Geddon now, moderator, okay, the Hyperion was banned. I think they kind of substituted the Megatron in there, but then they decided to put Torps on their Geddon as well. I know the kiting on tournament team was great, but I do still feel Nasty Story kind of made some mistakes here.
Yeah, no, I mean, as Mr. was saying, skill issue. But in all seriousness, the situation that you're kind of in is that you need one ship really to get caught from the kiting composition, and well, what are you going to do it with, right? People talk about how the Hyperion is relatively quick for a battleship, but the Megathron's actually even faster than the Hyperion. Unfortunately, like Mizir was saying, you kind of have to anticipate where the ships are going to be and where are you going to be in 20 seconds or so on an overheated micro warp drive to try to catch something. And if you're just hitting F1 approach behind, you're going to be where they were. You have to anticipate where they're going to be and try to catch something. And eventually, the kiting core was able to get far enough away that even when all of their ships were on their rapid heavy clip in the case of the Barghest, none of the light ships could get in against the helidrones and get on anything before they would have been popped. And then we saw that a couple flights of light drones or medium drones from the Helas got in on the back line, broke the Guardian. They tried defensively to kill those drones on that were hitting the Guardian, but Mizir, I mean, you're used to trying to shoot some drones. You're not breaking helidrones in any appreciable time, are you?
I mean, it depends on what kind of ships you have for shooting them. Like, if you're having like a assault frigate, the small guns and the web, you can like whip one down and then kill it relatively fast. But at this point, even if you can kill it faster, he'll just have a new drones he can send. Like you're having 4 full flights of the boosted medium drones, so it's going to take a lot to chew through that. So it's often not really viable in this situation.
And we will be seeing the game 30 soon of paid actors versus Rival. There's still a winner brackets match. So yesterday we saw Rivals taking a victory with a double Varger setup. So kudos to them actually putting the tournament team in the lower brackets. With paid actors, trying to just find their match. Can't right now, but we do have the teams ready in the arena now. So we will be heading over here soon. So it's going to be game 30. Paid actors versus a rival with a commentator duo of DTM and Wingnut.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Arrival versus Paid Actors. And right now we have a beautiful matchup of ships. DTM, buddy, get us started. What do we got?
Muted.
It looks like on red side we have Widow, Zarm, Curse, Falcon, Purifier, Nemesis, Malediction. And then for blue side, this is a little bit interesting once again. Is that a double Varger I see?
Yes, and they warped in as closest to their entire team, so this is going to be wild. Double ECM versus double Marauder. I was saying that Varga's one of the few Marauders that's worth bringing, and they went, okay, we're going to bring 2 of them again.
I'm very curious to see how this match plays out. We are starting here in about 15 seconds. Any predictions, Wingnut?
No, I don't even want to consider trying to predict this. A Curse, 2 ECM ships, a Zarm, 2 Vargas. This is going to be a wild mess. Let's go. As the match is underway. And yep, Vargas doing what Vargas do, running in, screaming. They have to get close as they can.
Well, that Moa is burning very, very quickly. Meanwhile, that Malediction burning down past the Moa to get underneath the team. I'm curious to see if he's going to try and go for that Osprey in the back. Cutting up right now. The Merlin's going to try and go for a screen. I see a little bit of... Oh! He's on one of the Vargers right now saying, hey, man, you're not allowed to go anywhere.
Looks like the Moa was actually going in for the Curse for a second there, but now he's turned off. He's now switching up to something else? Or is he just burning away? I think he's just burning away. He's not actually particularly going for anything at the moment. But look at the Varga at the moment. Look at Picard Desire coming in even closer. He wants to fight. He's going for the Widow. All right, we're going for the big old headshot. Let's do it.
Yeah, lots of damage right now onto the Widow. Meanwhile, Joel in the Moa is taking a little bit of damage. He burned in early here, but he's not really on top of anything. Let me take a look, see if he's blasters.
And look at Leovocus. I can't even pronounce that name. In the Falcon, because he got 2 Vargas, they're able to hit both the Widow and the Falcon. The Zarm has to choose. At the moment, the Falcon is being left out to die. He's going through hull. Oh,
right now, the
hull. Boom! And
there goes the Moa at the same time. Falcon.
That's an amazing trade. That is just beautiful. And now that one of the 2 ECM ships are gone, both the Vargas, if they desire, can turn around and just nuke this Widow. And then they can focus on the Curse, which is going to be fun. Unless they actually hold on a minute. Sorry, go ahead.
No, they're putting damage into these 2 bombers right now. I don't even know. They're looking really healthy, though.
The Merlin's doing that. The Merlin's killing one of the bombers. It's just so good.
Actually managing to catch them, man.
There's a Merlin just casually fighting a bomber here. That's great. The bomber has got Logi support now, so he's not going to die. But look at the Widow now. While the Zarm is repping the Nemesis, it's not repping the Widow, who's starting to go through his armor.
This is a situation where as that Zarm pilot, you have to make some really hard decisions and understand where you have to rep to keep your team alive. That Widow does have more buffer than both of those bombers, but eventually it's going to come down to, do we keep the Widow alive or do I keep a bomber alive?
And just really looking at the distance as well from the Zarm to that Widow. That Widow is a mile away. It looks like the Varga pushed him away from his team, and now he's just stuck on his own.
The Varga does, and it looks like he's nuding him.
Okay, the Zarm is now starting to rep the Widow, but can he get him up in time? That Widow is really low in armor, and that Varga is definitely beating down on him.
What's even more impressive here is almost this entire time, this Varger's been actually hard tackled near the center of the arena, and they're still able to put that much DPS onto the Widow as it's bleeding through structure right now.
Yep, the Widow's now burned over towards his arm, trying to get his extra repairs. He's I was about to say he's holding, but he's not. He's going through hell still. Nothing stopping the other Varga from getting closer to him too. So that Varga's gonna go back in for hail range. This Widow is not long for this world. Boom!
The Widow going down right now. That Varga actually taking quite a bit of damage from both of the bombers who've been just putting in work right now. Anna Clevin just receiving a huge rep right now from the Zarm because it no longer has to keep the Widow alive. Less jams on grid, less damage on grid. It's going to be leaving them in a dangerous situation. They have to figure out how to kill one of these Vargers or it's going to be game, set, match.
And the problem is, I don't think they even can anymore. They've got the Osprey just perma-repping this Varga. They have to go through, try and break through that with just 2 bombers now and nothing else. Unless this curse goes over and turns the Osprey off, which I believe he's been trying most of the match. This is going to be over already, but Varga actually is starting to go low shield. There's his rep cycle.
He is. He's barely keeping up with his rep cycles. And as you said, that Osprey being shut off by the curse is a hugely dangerous proposition because you're not going to be able to get any extra reps if the curse is doing his job right. Meanwhile, the Zarm is just able to keep all of these frigates alive somehow. I do not understand.
So the Zarm is fitted with some extra smaller reps, so I think he's trying to cycle them, but it is still a crazy crazy bit of flying to keep 2 bombers alive under this. Then again, they haven't got much anti-frigate DPS. They've got a Merlin and a Manticore and a Bifrost. That's not exactly much options there for killing bombers.
There's not a ton of options there for killing bombers, but the Purifier gets alpha.
Pop on later.
You just can't stop moving. You always have to have transversal or something's going to catch you, and it's going to take you down.
Moving. Look at the Nemesis. He can't stop moving. He's got 2 flights of medium drones chasing him around the arena. You cannot stop running away, sir. If you do, you will die.
And he's in a situation now where even with the cap pressure on the Osprey, there might just not be enough DPS to actually kill either of these Vargers anymore. And he's just got to figure out what he can kill and try and get some of the stuff off grid because he can't live forever just off Zarm reps. Eventually, they're going to get that Zarm.
Interesting is the curse actually currently held down by the Bifrost. I'm not seeing anything particularly going nearby him to kill him. Looks like the Varga is focusing on the Zarmad instead, and the other Varga is still held down by the Malediction.
This Malediction has been holding this Varga, but like an absolute attest to the Varga's ability to project. It's been doing damage and actually still very useful, even though it's been very, very slow this entire match.
Yeah, people sleep on the large projectiles, but they can really reach out and touch somebody, and they can pick whatever flavor they want to shoot too. So they are very good weapon systems, and the Varga's just showing, I don't even need to move to shoot you, mate. I can shoot you wherever I want.
Absolutely. We're seeing the Zarm go into half armor right now. You know, he was the hope and dream of this team, but it doesn't look like he's longing to stay for this grid much longer as he drops below 30. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. He's trying his best to keep himself up.
And you can tell like a very good Battleship pilot as well, because look at Bacardi there. He's pretty much stopped moving. He's going very slow, so he can actually apply to this Zarm rather than over tracking himself. There he goes.
Man,
Zarm down.
the Zarm, boom goes the dynamite. It's gone.
Boom
the
goes
Nemesis follows.
And now that Malediction can finally be killed. I can finally be free, says the Varga. But they're going for the curse first, because who cares?
Might as well take out the curse next. Really well played by Arrival, showing up on the grid. You know, the double Varga comp, I love seeing battleships. I love heavy metal. Watching the curse absolutely get evaporated. This is kind of what these battleship pilots live and breathe for. Good fights where their primaries are getting called really well and they're able to apply, even under being screened.
Oh yeah, you get held off, who cares? But that Malediction now, he's actually still surviving longer than he should, but he's now approaching hell. He's going to explode. And that's a beautiful match from Arrival. Paid actors living up to their name, and I wonder how much they were paid for that one. But we'll send it back to the studio and we can all guess the number.
And welcome back. I'm here with Jujik and Mazir. Arrival taking a well-earned victory, I'd say. But then again, Mazir, we saw there right at the start that the one Varger of Hansi was way slow at the start, with the other Varger uh, bursting off way ahead of them. So right off the bat, those Vargers were split up. But did it even matter that the malediction isolated the one Varger away from the other?
I mean, they still have a really nice projection and also nice DPS. We saw the single Valkyrie just chase off the Widow and then kill it. So even if you split them, like I said, it didn't really matter much. Instead, they're just dedicating their important tackle ship to hold down the Valkyrie without actually gaining much from controlling it.
Well, yeah, I think it really didn't matter. Probably would have been better off just looking for the Osprey instead. But Jujek as well, do you think the curse was actually pulling its weight there, or was Arrivals handling the presence of that curse quite well?
This is the other side of the coin. As I was saying the last time I cast a match with a curse, sometimes they are amazing, and sometimes you just ignore them and you are not punished for it. And this was the latter.
I'd say so too. Like the Bifrost on the rival side doing quite an effective job of holding him down, and being there with the next to the Vargar. I think the Vargar was also counter-neuting him. I don't think that Curse was having a great time as well. But speaking about the Curse, we'll put that aside for now, and let's actually talk a bit, Mazir, about the use of these Marauders. We spoke a bit about the Paladins. We talked about the Golem in the bands. What's unique about a Vargar that it's bringing over the other Marauders?
I mean, it's not really something that makes it unique. It's just it's all around a solid ship. It's fast. It's the fastest Marauder, and it got a decent projection, a decent tracking. It got capless guns and can field a decent tank. So it's like an all-around really good ship, and it can just rush in and kill stuff as we're seeing here. It's extremely versatile when it comes to it. Offers so much to actually make it worth bringing two of them in this setup.
And now, Jujek, a curse as well. And now we also get the Vargars, the drone bays. I actually want to talk about the drones, because I saw a flight of ECMs right at the bat getting launched. We spoke a bit of Repbots before. When teams are looking at their drone bays, what kind of considerations are they actually making?
You see a lot more armor Repbots than you do shield Repbots, because shield teams tend to not live on their buffer to such a degree, and they tend to be more heavy on damage as well, given how armor tanking takes up your low slots and shield tanking takes up your mid slots. So shield teams often lack an additional control element that they don't get from the mid slots and tend to take easy drones for that reason. So, as a very, very broad rule of thumb, if you're bonus to drones, you take damage drones. If you're bonus to being an armor ship, you take rep drones. And if you're a shield ship, you often take EC drones. Obviously, that will be fitted into a comp. Also depends on how large your drone bay is and how many flights you get.
But so EC is the only E-War drone that people are considering?
You occasionally see web drones, but it's rare. They don't do enough to normally give that part of your, like, the web drones you might see in like a kite comp without a dedicated webber, but the webs are so weak that it normally doesn't seem to be that important, and drones are easy to kill. So if your opponents really don't want to be webbed, they could easily kill them as well.
So, Mazir, for this upcoming match of Delvitrix versus Turbofeed, yesterday we gave Delvitrix a bit of flack during match 14, as they were one of the Gila matches we saw. Their Scimitar pilot doing a fantastic job of buying time for their team, but still just getting that Osprey live to win for on the opposition side. What can Delvitrix take away from yesterday to try and push through a win today?
I mean, it boils down to target calling. Identifying the weak spots on the enemy's teams and the win conditions of your setup. They're trying to break through DPS, but the DPS was just too tanky. Their opponent's healers had the resist barriers and a lot of mid slots. And meanwhile, the Osprey, it's a rather flimsy logic chip because it only attack one and it can't feel that much of a tank, and there's no one to repair it since there's no repair drones. So they could have gotten rid of it and then started killing DPS ships because they left it up and then it just kept wrapping stuff, and the more it wrapped, the further it came behind in actually tanking.
Good points there. Let's hope they'll take that to heart now, as we do have game 23 in the lower bracket, another elimination match here ready for you guys. It's going to be Turbo Feeder Glory versus Delvitrix, and we'll be going to the arena with our commentating duo of Ithaca Hawk and Wingnut.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Turbo Feeder Glory versus Delvitrix, and we have a bit of a blast from the past versus the flavor of the meta at the moment of drones. Hey, Ithaca, tell us what they've got, mate.
Well, so Delvitrix bringing a very interesting comp here. Fleet Typhoon, Redeever, Draugr, Hyena, Vengeance, and a Mauler to round it out. So 60 points invested in 2 fleet battleships, and obviously that Hyena to support with webs and paints. Wingnut, what have Doublefeed brought?
Well, a full drone setup, including the Rare Stratios and a Redeever. So we've got Eos, Double Ishtar, Stratios, Redeever, Magus, and then Griffin. So they've brought the token ECM boat just to be annoying, and they've got a pretty solid drone setup.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how long this Hyena lasts when some of these ships just put drones on it and then press F to delete him. The Hyena, of course, will be really critical for application from these Fleet Typhoons. It looks like they're a rapid, heavy missile fit, so they are going to be front-loaded DPS. They're going to just smash this Redeever in the face until he is no longer alive, and that's exactly what they're trying to do.
Look at all the drones arriving. Let's see, what are they going for? Is it the Hyena? Yep, they're going for the Hyena. All the drones have arrived. All it takes is 1 or 2 wrecking shots, and this could lose, all of his shield, all of his armor. And pop! God,
There
he
you
couldn't
go.
move fast enough.
So the Fleet Typhoons are now going to really struggle to apply to some of the smaller stuff. They need to just giga-dunk this Redeever as fast as possible to allow them to kill the other things a bit more slowly. Meanwhile, River Geist is going to have to put her absolute work in to keep the Draugr alive as well, because they cannot afford to lose stuff that helps them apply to small ships.
Meanwhile, the Mauler is also burning in. He's also getting hit by a bunch of drones. Nothing at the current target, but look at Tirov in the Redeever going into hull already. That DPS from the Typhoon is doing quite well.
Yeah, but I mean, they've been shooting it for a while, and they are probably going to be getting towards the end of their clips. So if they don't finish it off, but I think they will, then they could be in a bad situation. That being said, that Redeever is not dead right now, but that Griffin is taking some damage. So how long can this Redeever hold on? Every single missile that lands is another one from that clip that they're going to have to reload soon. There you go, Redeever down, finally.
Yeah, and honestly, bravo to that Redeever pilot as well. He was going up to the border edge and then turning away from it. So he was, even while he was about to die, he knew exactly where he was in the arena and fought as much time as he could. Bravo.
Yeah, it was 123 kilometers they reached, so very close to the edge without going out. The Draugr of Godhell is maybe not the best target right now for these drones to be on top of. They've finally switched onto River Geist in the Redeever. Probably the best thing to try and remove those reps from the field, because they just were not breaking that Mauler, that Draugr. This is an interesting point, because the Fleet Typhoons both clearly on reload here, as the damage has completely stopped. Whereas drone damage, of course, they can just starburst at this point. There's no need for those ships to be anywhere near each other.
Yep, you put your drones on them, then you all scatter different parts of the arena. And going for the Redeever is definitely the right call. The Redeever is not quite as tanky as its T2 brother here. And you just look at all the just sitting on. I feel like I've just entered a haven in Nullsec. What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, the smart move right now would be for the Turbo Feeder Glory guys to go hang out on their nearby MJD beacons. And I do see one being activated. Jezza McWaffle in the Stratios is MJDing away from the missile damage from the Fleet Typhoons. The really important thing for this comp now is just to basically survive a clip and force the Typhoons to reload. And you can see by micro jump driving away, he is now not taking any damage, as he's basically out of range. Those Fleet Typhoons are going to have to trundle over and apply it to him. Obviously, they don't have reps to repair his damage, but the fact that he's out of range means that they have to shoot somebody else.
Yep, and meanwhile, River Geist going down into hull. She's not able to last much longer, unfortunately.
I mean, this is this is really going to be about, can those Typhoons clip through someone before they jump
They
away?
have to, yeah.
Yeah, the cool thing about activating those micro jump drive beacons is that it will massively increase your signature radius for that brief moment. So you might suddenly be thinking, "Hey, I've got time to micro jump drive away." Click the button and then start dying really
You're gonna
fast.
kill yourself, yeah.
Yeah, the Draugr of Godhell though is the one that has been chosen in this case
And
by
he's
the drone
gone.
blob, and he is gone.
And you know what? No, of course, the Ishtars and the Strayers are playing it safe at distance. The Eos is sitting in the middle of it, giving exactly 0 shits, which is just lovely.
Yeah.
Are they targeting now? There's a bit of damage on it. I'm not sure that's intention.
I think so. I think right now this game is turbo feeds to lose. Like if they play carefully, if they kite around, they can slowly chip away at these Typhoon fleet issues, and while not feeding their own ships. Like Jezza has to basically hang out as far away from them as possible. Even if his drones aren't doing anything because he's too far away. If he feeds, then it's points that are gone. There you go. So losing the Stratios means they have to kill more stuff. They're still in this, and this is actually a lot closer than it might look.
And these are the things as well. They still have that dual 180 autocannon Mauler there, who's currently tackling the Eos. That could do some real work trying to remove drones. Obviously, it's Ishtar drones. It's really painful to do, but if you do that, you can buy time for them to send the next wave of drones in. So it could potentially be worth it to try and keep your Typhoon fleet alive.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out if there is a single scram on the Goon team here, because if not, then there's literally nothing they can do to stop these ships MJDing away. If they do have a scram, they do have at least what looks like a scram, as the Eos has now finally been scrammed, so he cannot hit the escape button and jump away to safety. But can they kill this Typhoon fleet issue first?
I'm just watching this Typhoon fleet. I haven't seen a rep. Am I just been missing it? No, I haven't seen a single rep from him so far. So this is just pure buffer, and he's holding on for dear life. He's actually got a bunch of rep drones on him too. No, never mind. Those are DPS drones killing off drones. Never mind.
So one of the cool things is if you look at the UI on the screen, the defense bar gives you basically the EHP. The purple bit at the end is active rep. So that means both teams do have some active reps fit to one or more of their ships. It's obviously not helping this Typhoon if he has any fit, because he is currently dying, basically.
Dying painfully, yes. And unfortunately, because he's versing a drone comp, there's no reload to abuse. There's nowhere he can run. He's just stuck in the middle of drones that are eating him alive. And there he goes. With the Eos now into hull.
That is now Delve losing the lead as Turbo Feed kill that Fleet Typhoon, but they're going to kill this Eos now and take the... no, they haven't taken the lead back. It's 56-58. So Turbo Feed currently 2 points in the lead right now, but that Magus is going to go down next. This is actually going to come down... Oh, if they need to get rid of some of the DPS and keep this Fleet Typhoon alive, and then they actually could win this.
Potentially, yeah. That Magus is currently, I believe, being scrammed. Yep, scrammed by the Vengeance, so he's not going anywhere. He's going to eat a bunch of missiles. Plus, of course, I believe the rockets from the Vengeance. Yep, the Vengeance could probably kill him solo, to be honest.
Yeah, I think they might. I think the Delve Victrix team might actually be able to pull this one out of the bag. It would have been quite the meme if Goons had lost with the drone comp yesterday and then lost to a drone comp today. But I think they might have enough to do it and to finish this Magus off and then kill off this Ishtar. At that point, I think it's just too much EHP to chew through for a single Ishtar.
Where's the Mauler going? Is he going for the tackle again? I'm not sure if I'm the biggest fan, but hey, go for it, mate. Chase Ishtar down. Is it the target? He's going for the other Ishtar, actually. He's going to tackle Zero Gravitas.
Yeah, it looks like Zero Gravitas heading over to one of the MJD beacons, so that Mauler of Tugot being like, no, you don't, Sunshine. I'm coming to get you. You're nicked.
Right,
so
look
Drac...
at Drac. Drac is now going to the MJD beacon. I wonder if he's going to cycle, because if he does, he's already about to be in hull. Yep, there it is. He's cycling
now.
next hit.
The damage should apply harder. Or not apply at all. Maybe they just ran out of clip.
You ran out of clip at that time. Oh my god, that is brutal.
Wow.
Perfect time to one-shot him, and he doesn't have a missile to do it.
So Delve currently 64-58. The Goons are winning. If they kill anything else, they have basically guaranteed their win. They need to not lose anything at this point. If they lose the Mauler, it's going to be tied, right?
Yep, and also notice that the Vengeance now is actually burning over towards the Typhoon fleet. I believe the Vengeance is going to try and remove a few drones now. So this might buy them the time. Meanwhile, Drac actually is approaching hull. Maybe
yeah, but he's also kind of regenerating shield a little bit. So it's Zero Gravitas. Oh, he is getting chunked right now. Massive chunks of damage from that Typhoon fleet issue with his rapid heavy missiles, probably overheating them, being like, fuck off, you pesky drone boats. You need to die so we can win.
surprised that he's firing at Zero rather than finishing off Drac. I'm sure he knows something I absolutely do not.
It might just not be in range of him because Drac's a lot further
Oh.
away.
I think I've seen why. It's because Zero is not on an MJD beacon, so he knows he can't just yeet away from it.
Oh, that is a mistake there for Turbo Feed. If he is not on an MJD beacon and he can't get to one before he dies, then that's a pretty much.
He's getting real close to the hull. Oh, he's about to start getting some bleed through damage. You need to get rid of these drones.
These Ishtars are being absolute chads right now, refusing to die. Oh, Drac suddenly starts taking damage. Something is shooting him again. They need to just play full-on maximum coward. Get away from anything that could possibly cause you harm. He's going to die. He's in low hull. Oh.
He's still got missiles left. Yep, he should get him this time. I just saw another couple of volleys.
Yeah, there you go. There, he's down. He's down.
Boom,
Okay, so
we got him.
Delve Victrix now, 82 points to 58. This Typhoon Fleet issue, though. Can this Ishtar finish him off? Because he is dropping. He is dropping right now through hull.
And look at the Mauler and the Vengeance. They're both working now to clear up the last of the DPS drones, to buy that little bit of time required to get the real
35% hull and dropping 32% now. It's 42 seconds. If this Ishtar kills him, I think that's enough points. Zero gravitas. Overheat your drones. Oh, is he going to do it? He's going to do it. This is it. This is the dream. 10% structure on this Typhoon Fleet issue.
All right,
there he goes. He's down.
He's
Holy
down.
shit.
They're going to Ishtar now. Mauler and Vengeance just run after Ishtar as fast as you can. Go, go, go. This is so tight. There's less than a minute left to go.
But there's 17 seconds. They're not going to do it, though. Turbo Fleet of 88 points. Delve only have 82. Unless they can finish off this Ishtar in 8 seconds, which I can say for a fact they probably can't, then they have lost this match. Wow. 82 points to 88 points. Time has now officially run out. Turbo Feeder Glory taking that win with a single Ishtar remaining on field in Hull to smug over all of his friends and be like, mate, I just sold all of them. Holy crap. What a great redemption there for the Turbo Feeder Glory. Fantastic match.
And with that, we'll go back to the studio and see if they're just as hyped as we are.
Welcome back. Quite a tight match show at the end. Already tight. I think I can kind of point out some mistakes there in the hindsight, but Jujek, you got any opening comments before we get into the meatiness of this?
Wow, what a match. And Goons losing with an EOS drone comp and then losing to an EOS drone comp, that must hurt.
It was so tight. Mazir, I'm sure you got a lot to say about what could have gone better there and what made it work for them.
I do, and the first thing, like, there's this meme that Goons can't tackle, and I think it applies to this match. They've been too slow to tackle these drone ships, so they could apply their missile damage, and we saw at the end that it cost them the match.
That's also how I felt. Just to quickly interrupt you, is would he have been better off, going for the defang or just putting that Vengeance and Malor on tackle to make sure that they could apply and kill the Ishtar faster?
I mean, it was kind of a Kingslayer setup they fielding, and they did actually manage to kill the Radiva, but it just took so slow to kill the rest. And they needed to bring that Vengeance. They needed to have it offensively so it can tackle stuff and then murder it. Instead, the drone setup could just burn around and then really annoy these Typhoons, make them take way too long to actually kill stuff. And in the end, it just meant that Goons fell too much behind, as you saw as the final Ishtar lift to win.
And Jujek, we've been referencing some names here. So the comp we saw from Delve Victrix is what we refer to as a Kingslayer. Can you explain to the audience what we mean by that?
Kingslayer comps want to be able to apply their damage at a reasonable range to mid-sized targets. Whereas Fly Killer will kill cruisers and destroyers, Kingslayers often set their targets at the logistics cruisers of the enemy team or similarly important linchpin ships, and they'll kill those. As we saw, they killed the Rodiva here seconds before it nearly boundaried. The rapid heavy missile launchers apply out between 80 and 90 kilometers, and they actually do most of their damage to either a tackled or a painted cruiser-sized ship. And they're particularly good at killing, say, like the large ship.
Well, thank you for that information. So for our next match, we're going to be seeing Ramrod Reloaded versus Pajolo Capital Supremacy here. So Mazir, Pajolo was part of that combination with Delvetrix we spoke about, where Pajolo just pretty much had that Osprey sitting there, which had zero pressure on it, could rep everything, had the time of its life. But Ramrod was actually in a match where they ended up having some excellent piloting here. So going into this, I know if I had to put money on someone, I feel like I'm going to put money on Ramrod because they kind of showed some real skill and experience yesterday, where I kind of feel Pajolo got away with a win there yesterday. I'm not sure what your comments are about these teams going against each other now.
I would definitely put my money on Ramrod, also because our good friend and co-caster Radicus is on the team. Like the biggest obstacle is to make Radicus stay within the arena, but once they achieve that, they are going for the win.
And Jujek, do you have any comments on which you have a favorite here, which team you think might be winning?
I will probably be hoping that Ramrod wins because Radicus is a part of the commentary team and he's fun.
I feel everyone's really biased here right now. I know I gave some valid comments here for why they might be winning, but you guys just seem to say they win because I know.
They're also the better guys.
Unfortunately, I will interrupt you. I think my headset died, but my mic's still going. So if you guys are saying anything, I apologize. But we do have teams taking the arena right now. So we're going to be going to game 31 with Ramrod Reloaded versus Pajolo Capital Supremacy. And we'll be heading to the arena now with Ithaca Hawk and Chair.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ithaca Hawk, joined once again by the one and only Chair for this match between Ramrod Reloaded and Pajolo Capital Supremacy. Let's take a look at this Ramrod team right now with a Leshak Armageddon comp. This should be very interesting. They've combined that with a Navy Augur, a Draugr, Talia Deacon, and a Vengeance. Chair, talk to me about Pajolo.
So Pajolo is bringing a Barghast, Serb, Osprey, T1 Logi Osprey, Stork, Jackdaw, and Merlin. And those Serbs are heavy missile fit. So they really need a good application from the Merlin and the Jackdaw with paints and everything to be able to apply to these Frigg Logi. I think Ramrod is really going to be glad that they brought the Frigg Logi in general, because a regular Logi ship would just get obliterated by what's on field right now.
Yeah, especially if they are AB fit, the Talia and the Deacon, they can be incredibly difficult to hit. Very, very tiny signature radius. Immediately as the match starts, it looks like Pajolo is sort of trying to stick around 50 kilometers away. They're not really running away so much as going sideways. Whereas Ramrod, true to their name, are starting to ram in, leading with an Armageddon, trying to get on top of these ships. And the Deacon and the Talia, first choice of primaries.
Yep. And that's a rapid heavy with newts Armageddon, so it does do a bit of damage. I would have loved to see a full newt from them. I think it's always the better play with Armageddon, but we'll see how it works out for him. And Tank Blast is just taking so much damage. He needs to get moving and get that 10MN spooled up and going.
Yeah, if he's not careful, he's going to get clapped, and then the Talia will go down behind him because these things work as a pair. He is into hull. He's into low hull. It's 17% structure. Reps are coming in from Elno. Can he save his buddy? I don't think he can. Oh, it's so close.
He's picked up speed. He's going. He's at full speed now. That 10MN has really got him going. So he's just mitigating so much DPS coming from the Serbs and everything. I think he's fine.
I think Tank Blast there, his butthole going like a cat's nose as he hit 10% structure, just managing to survive. Elno, wow, saved his buddy. And oh god, he's going to be super careful now. Almost no buffer at all in the hull. If he starts to bleed hull, then he will go down. The reps are going to have to be transferred pretty soon onto that Vengeance, who's starting to take a little bit of damage.
We're about to see a Barghast go down very fast. He's tackled by the Armageddon, Leshak, and Vengeance. So Leshak's just going to start spooling. The rapid heavies are going. He's newted out. He can't do anything. This is falling apart for Georgia.
Yeah, that's not a good place for a Barghast to be, especially a kiting one. The Osprey of Faffy Waffy, obviously he's the captain, former captain of Darkside. So this is a very experienced tournament team. at least from that perspective. He is also taking a little bit of damage. The Vengeance just got skadunked right
It
there.
doesn't matter. He's done his job. He caught this. He caught the Barghast, and the Leshak and the Drog and the Geddon can do everything else.
Yeah, this Barghest, he's got quite a lot of buffer. The Osprey's doing a good job keeping him alive, to be honest. Like, Osprey Tech 1 chip doesn't have as much rep power as its Tech 2 cousin. But as we say, that Tank Blast right now is in the danger zone once again. Kenny Logan's is playing as he goes down. Now it's just a single Talia. Holy crap, that is not good for them.
Tink made a 180 turn, which is just really bad. Killed all of his speed, so he just couldn't mitigate anything. The Thalia is going to go right down behind him, and they're not doing enough damage to this Barghast.
Why is this Barghast not dead? He's been sitting, he had all this stuff on top of him for so long, and he's only into like 66% shield. He's barely even concerned right now. The Ogre Navy issue sitting right on top of him. The Draugr also joining his buddies in the dead zone as he has been shedded as well. At this point, it started to look bad for the Prajola Capital Supremacy, but now it's looking very, very good for them.
No, it's still possible this Geddon and Leshak and the Augur can just do a reverse sweep once the Bard goes down. But there's just a lot of consistent damage coming out of the Serbs and the Jackdaw and the Merlin. And the Merlin's going to be real annoying to get off anything because they have no support.
We will find out in this match if indeed you can Faffy the Waffy. Currently you cannot, as he is kind of keeping this Barghast alive.
Is free. The Barghast is free.
The Barghast has broken free. Oh my god, that is big news for him. He needs to get his prop mod on and just GTFO as fast as he possibly can. He is into Hull. The Ogre Navy issue as well into Hull. If they kill that Ogre Navy issue, he might be able to stabilize, maybe. I don't know. Can he break the spool of Radicos in the Leshak and get away to safety? I think he might have just done it. Oh, this is yeah. Oh, this is it was looking touch and go for a while there for Sky Killer in that Barghast, but he has got himself away to safety. He is no longer tackled. He is being ripped back up by Faffy Waffy in that Osprey, almost to half shield now, as the Armageddon of Spite is now the one that is taking all those missiles to his face.
And so when you put weapon systems on the Armageddon, it also makes it a lot less tankier because you have almost no room for extra plates or anything. So it's probably just a one plate.
It's quite possible. That Barghast needs to be very careful that he doesn't, in his absolute fear and panic, burn out of the arena. He is at 70 kilometers. He does have plenty of room left to go, and now he is turning, so he will be safe. The Armageddon and the Leshak have essentially zero chance of catching that Barghast now. He is eluded himself from their grasp, and unless he makes a big piloting error, he should be pretty safe, especially with that Merlin able to lock them down.
I'm really surprised he got away. He had a Leshak and an Armageddon on top of him. He should have been at least double grappled. And there should be a scram on the Leshak. That's really bad misplay from Ramrod, and I'm really upset to hear it because they're some of my friends, but it's just, Sky Killer's a great pilot, and he probably cycled his noose right and just saw the moment that he could get away.
Yeah, in this case, Radicos is indeed the Badicos, as they will probably lose this match. Faffy Waffy is pretty well caught right now, though, so you can somewhat Faffy the Waffy, but I think they will probably still take the win in this one. But at least they get the Osprey down.
And I totally understand them just ignoring the Osprey at the start, but it's just, you had to kill that Barghast. I keep harping on it, but it had to happen.
That Barghast was seconds away from death. 43% structure with a Leshak sitting on top of you spooled is not something that's going to last very, very long. But just by breaking out of that tackle, getting his micro warp drive off and just coasting to safety, and then crucially breaking the spool of the Leshak, that pretty much saved his life.
As well as Tink. I keep just being very critical of my friends, but Tink killed all of his transversal and his speed, so the HMLs were just able to apply perfectly. Now, usually with a Deacon and 10 men, it's really hard to do anything to it, but when you kill the speed, that's what happens.
So what could they have done different here to win this? Like, it seemed like they were in a good position, and all of a sudden, I mean, we almost called it against Prajola. We were like, hey, they're not in a good position now. And then now look, they've only lost one ship, and it's just Radicos to kill. What could Ramrod have done differently here?
I mean, one, kill the Barghast, but They didn't secure tackle. The Barghast was right next to the Shack and Armageddon for the longest time. They let their Vengeance just pop. I don't know if he didn't hit his ADC or if it wasn't called, but there's a lot of mistakes that happened.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for them because it did seem like they had a good comp to face here. Like you pointed out, the Talia and the Deacon should have been pretty good to stay alive. Maybe a piloting error from I think it was the Deacon when he tried to turn with his oversized prop mod, and it just all of a sudden we saw the application spike onto him, and he got dunked pretty hard pretty quickly. GF's appearing in local from both teams as this match is all but over right now. Radico is still repping a little bit, but he will be down as well.
Radico, there is another chance for them to play. This is not a losers match. This is winners, so they still have a chance and then go further in the tournament next weekend.
Yeah, exactly. So this is double elimination. So they drop to the losers bracket. There's plenty more matches to go. So we will see them again for sure. They played really well yesterday, actually, in their match, Ramrod Reloaded. I can't remember who they beat, but it was a decent team, and they did it with style and a good comp.
Frigology is just very, very difficult to pilot in general, so it's understandable.
Yeah, and there you go. So with that, the Lashak of Radikos goes down, giving Prajola Capital Supremacy another W in the winners bracket. But let's hand this one back to the desk and let them talk about it.
And welcome back. Congratulations to Bajola for all the flack we gave them. They pulled out quite a convincing victory here over Ramrod. Although, I'm here now with DTM and Wingnut. And Wingnut, I know you're also part of the whole Ramrod crew here, but it looked like it was looking quite good on the Frigology side of Ramrod. They were holding their ground, just managed to survive, but then it just seemed to just keep going downhill for Ramrod. What happened there?
The one big mistake I saw, and I'm going to point at Radikos here, because unfortunately he's in the 1 DPS ship. They got the Bargus hard tackle, and he was still going for the Osprey. He should have realized we got this thing tackled, he can't get away, let's turn and kill it, and then go back for the Osprey. Because that would have bought them more time. As for the frigate lodges, that stuff is not easy to fly. I can't even give them any, flack. That is not an easy ride. But yeah, they needed to, effectively it was indecisiveness. They had the Bargus tackled, but he's like, no, I'm still going for the Osprey. Okay, never mind, I'll go for the Bargus now. You need to be precise and aggressive and have your entire team back that up.
Yeah, that's also what I saw. You flew way past the Bargas, then you changed your mind, then you had to double back, and then the Bargas got away. That's really unfortunate. DTM, we were talking about these Frigology pilots actually doing quite well. But can you explain for the audience what's actually happening behind you with a 10M and frigate? Why? What's the difficulties? What's the benefits?
So we talked a lot about Sig Bloom, right? We spoke about it during matches. We spoke about it during desk time. Sig Bloom is essentially, imagine if your ship grew bigger in space, right? Theoretically, it does this. So when things like explosives go off near you, i.e. missiles, does more damage because it can affect more of the ship. It's easier to shoot a broadside of a barn. 10NMs give you the speed of a micro without giving you the Sig Bloom of a micro. There's disadvantages to this, though. First off, you have to actually pilot your ship. You can't do things like orbit. You can't do things like approach. It will not work the way you want it to. So, in order to do that, you need to be able to shut off your prop mod and turn. There's a lot of practice, a lot of skill that goes into this stuff. And then, on top of that, you're a frigate. So, when we're talking about going fast in a 10NM, we're talking about going very fast. So you have to be on it. You have to be paying attention. You know, some of these pilots, they have jobs that are pretty simple in some regards. Sometimes it's as easy as approach hit F1, and that's fine. But logistics pilots have so much to worry about in a way that is hard for us to describe. And it's a shame that they don't get on kill mails. It's almost like CCP should implement that. This is a brand new idea I just came up with, but I think we saw here an example of 10NM piloting for frigates, which is
I pride myself on my kill board not having any kills. That's a good logic pilot. When you don't even have a horror drone or horror gun, you're committed to the lifestyle.
You're committed to the lifestyle. I would love to see damage repped on kill mills. That'd be pretty fun, actually.
It would. I mean, you can kind of see damage taken and do some estimates. But sometimes kill mails can be weird with match times taking too long or so forth. But we're gonna take a quick look at the upcoming match here. This is gonna be our final elimination match for today. So we're gonna be looking soon at game 24, which is gonna be Paper Numbers versus Stay Frosty. So here on the band side, Paper Numbers putting through the Scimitar, Curse, Armageddon. Stay Frosty doing the Bargas, Blackbird, Gila. So rather basic bands here, Wingnut. But yesterday we saw that Paper Numbers lost to the Volta B team. Paper Numbers was running the Belgorn, Arneurus, Oracle, Navy, Droger, Blackbird, Sentinel. I'm not sure if you recall that match or any real tips they can take into this.
Nope.
That's fine.
I barely remember what's going on, mate. But
That's
their
okay.
band's
There's always
great.
a lot of action. But then Noor yesterday, Stay Frosty yesterday lost to Noor. Yesterday, Stay Frosty was fielding the Shaq, Iketersis, Vedmak, Double Deacon, Jorg, Nurgle as well. I think the Nurgle showing up for the first time. But with that information being said, I hope your bets are locked in because we will be going now to game 24, an elimination match of Paper Numbers versus Stay Frosty. And in the arena, we'll be having Ithaca, Hawk, and Moderator.
What?
Hey, I am Maud, joined by Ithaca Hawk here for this next match between Stay Frosty and Paper Numbers. So far, we see that the Draugr of Insidious Sainthood is not quite on grid. We're getting confirmation from the referees as to what's going on. In the meantime, Ithaca Hawk, what do you think of the composition that Paper Numbers has brought so far?
So Paper Numbers bring Leshak, Aneros, Rook, Navy Augur, Draugr, Mauler, and a Rifter. So interesting. We've seen a few teams bring these Leshaks now. Quite a lot of DPS in one 35-point package, but they have been relatively effective. But it's going up against another Leshak.
Yeah, I mean, we see that these Leshak compositions are pretty powerful. Kind of these triangle chips bringing a lot of utility in these 7v7s, and the Draugr being such a popular ship. Why have we seen people take them as opposed to... Actually, never mind. We're getting started. The Draugr has been warped into 0, and we see teams burning off the very jump, trying to get on top of each other. The ANI closing range, along with the Vedmak closing range, Nurgle trying to get onto the back line of the logistics.
Both teams are just rushing at each other like some medieval battlefield. Approach F1, try and tackle them. It's the primary choice now. So it looks like Stay Frosty choosing to get that Rook off the field. They hate ECM. It's dishonorable in low sec. Meanwhile, Paper Numbers, they want to remove that Vedmak and try and reduce some of the DPS. And they are having a good crack at it right now, as the Deacons are probably jammed.
Yeah, we see that jam effects are on top of the Deacon. The Vedmak catching exactly no reps. I'm inclined to believe that you're right here, getting a lot of utility from the Rook as that Vedmak does drop, and we see that the Mauler and Draugr are now scrammed on Paper Numbers, but Nurgle going down into low armor here.
Yeah, that is not a good position for them to be in right now. Stay Frosty need to get a kill. They need to remove that Rook probably. He's absolutely wreaking havoc with their Deacons. As you can see, almost no reps landing. There's some landing on the Nurgle now, but actually there might be enough because the Nurgle is just right back up almost to full armor. And the Rook is now taking damage. So this is... I think some jams maybe just failed. The Rook is now webbed and scrammed. Okay, so this is an opportunity for that Leshak to get in there and spill on this Rook and remove him.
Yeah, we can see that the Draugr and the Nurgle from Stay Frosty are on top of the Rook at 0. And I mean, even if the Rook does jam them, I mean, you can still lock back and target them. The Nurgle does drop, though. That will be the Deacons getting jammed once again. The Rook, even if it goes down, it's probably paid for itself at this point, well and truly.
There is a line of ships across the arena as they all chase each other. The front of this conga line is Parkbank in his Oneros as everyone slowly trundles after one another to try and kill someone. Captain Shinken, though, in that Rook is continuing to decline to die, and he is being repped back up by Parkbank. Parkbank has been a fantastic Logi pilot in this tournament thus far, and also in the Opens and the Feeders. This is not looking good for the Stay Frosty team right now.
Yeah, speaking of feeders, Insidious Sainthood is getting down into Hull. I mean, those Deacons, they're catching some reps, maybe getting some amount of nothing. They're still getting jammed out. Verdius Des Moines is already down into half armor. Lincoln is doing his best to try to rep, but I mean, the Rook just doesn't have that much more pressure on top of him. We can see that the Leshak is trying to get into range and is getting newts on top of the Rook, trying to shut down the ECM, but the Deacon of Virtus gets shut down, and Lincoln is going to be shortly falling thereafter.
Yeah, it's starting. It's not just starting. It's continuing to fall apart for Stay Frosty. It started to fall apart about 2 minutes ago at this point. As Smudge in his Leshak is basically about to go down, and there's still a Leshak with Oneros reps to kill him. Link on in the Deacon is just basically fodder for the enemy team now. The Draugr are probably about to munch on him.
Yeah, he's definitely getting eaten alive right now. Unfortunately, I mean, I have to imagine that Rook. We don't know exactly what jams it had, but I have to imagine with the success he's been having, it's got to be some amount of Mar. And if so, good choice on him choosing to go with those racial jammers that just completely shut down that support core from Stay Frosty and allowed them to survive and trade as well as they did against.
Yeah, it seems like this match was just a little bit too hot for Stay Frosty, as they have been knocked down, I believe, to the losers bracket. This is not an this is an elimination match. My apologies. Stay Frosty, unfortunately, leaving the tournament. Rix Javix, the single remaining member on the field, probably permajammed right now by that Rook, is just all he has is about 30 seconds to sit and stew about the fact that he's been jammed for most of the match.
Yeah, that's got to be a very painful place to be in if you're Rix. He does drop out of the arena. So Paper Numbers will take this win. They will move on to fight CH PogChamp in the next round. We'll send it back to the studio to break that one down. For myself, it's been good casting. See you guys next week.
I got muted this time, folks. So not everyone is immune to this curse. But welcome back. I say it's rather convincing match there, DTM. I think pretty much you just saw ECM dominate the Triglavian. I mean, what do you do to combat ECM in that setup?
You either have to get closer to your opponent or die screaming into the nothingness of space, sadly. This just comes down, one of those situations where, ECM is just a very, very strong tool, and there's not a lot you can always do about it. It really is the truth.
And Wingnut, I mean, to me it seemed pretty one-sided. It was just an eventual slow grind of watching Stay Frosty inevitably die there. Do you think there's anything Frosty could have done besides bring a different comp, maybe?
Charge the ECM with everything you have and pray. That's not much they could have done. Their comp was very heavy on the Triglavian stuff, which the worst thing about that is you don't even need to be perma-jammed. You just need to be jammed like once a minute or two. So the ECM ship could just cycle through and jam one ship at a time and keep breaking your DPS. So it was, I wouldn't say it was a loss on the on comp, but it was not going to be an easy ride, and there was not much they could do.
That's for sure now. But now, DTM, we saw the hero Rifter there. Do you think the Rifter could have just been anything, or was the Rifter specifically required to attain victory in that circumstance?
Well, see, the Rifter's actually the strongest ship in all of EVE Online. Like, a lot of people don't realize this. Like, a single Rifter is worth at least 6 Titans on the grid. So people who bring Rifters are really kind of ahead of the meta in a lot of ways. And, if you think I'm wrong, I'm sorry, you're the one that's actually wrong about this. I'm the one sitting up here in my chair eating grilled cheese and tomatoes. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know if the Rifter was needed there or not.
We did see it clearing out drones around the rook, though. So doing this little support job, just to show, even if you're tiniest little this ship, you can still do your part to help your team to a victory. But now, Wingnut, we only saw, I think, maybe one Skybreaker today. I think we spoke before yesterday about why the Skybreaker is good and why it has its place. Why don't we see the Stormbringer or the Thunderchild, the bigger brothers to the Skybreaker?
Because they're trash. The
Why?
Skybreaker's best thing was
What's
it was
wrong with them?
the Skybreaker's best thing was it was incredibly cheap and it was a good shield tackle, as well as having that amazing ability to just remove drones. So you had a great tackle, really cheap, and a drone removal tool. When you upgrading that to a cruiser and a battleship, you are losing so much DPS to bring this meme ship that doesn't really do all that well, even with the buffs. That it's just not worth it. We've seen a few. What's the middle one? The cruiser. We've seen a few of those, but not here.
Stormbringer, I think, something like
Stormbringer,
that.
yeah. I've seen a few of those in feeders and stuff, all the way back to like the NT, but they're still not that good. They're more of a meme than anything else.
Yeah, especially with the discount, they ended up being quite a nice tanky because Elincom actually has where normal resistance ships have a 5% bonus. The Elincom ships actually have a 6%, giving them that nice little edge there. But I do just want to touch out the next match here. Is going to be game 32 with the Volta B team versus Nowhere Dot. This is going to be a upper brackets game, so the loser here will still have another chance on the upcoming weekend. But just a shout out to the teams that have participated but have unfortunately been eliminated so far. Today we've seen the elimination of Wanted by Cat Ears 500 Plex, Odin's Make a Wish, Unchained Alliance, Polaris Mercenary Alliance, Fancy Pants, A Nasty Story, Delvectrix, and Stay Frosty. So unfortunately, while these teams have made it either through the feeders or got their direct entry into the tournament, they have lost 2 games in a row and are no longer present. The rest of the teams today that you've been seeing will have been getting skins for their victories. I believe it's 7 victory skins they'll be getting for each win they get. So the losers brackets actually getting more opportunities for the prizes. The rest of the prizes coming in the form of Plex, majority coming in through their entry fees, with a portion being donated by CCP. Numbers to be confirmed still, but that's the grand prize that the teams will be playing for. No big AT ships on stake here, but lots of experience and still some sweet Plex and skins. But now we're going to be talking about the next match coming up here. It's going to be the Volta B versus Nowhere Dot. With Volta B banning the Gila, Abaddon, Curse, Vindicator. Nowhere Dot banning the Radiva, Sleipnir, Gila, and Scorpion. So DTM kind of seems like normal bans. The only one that stands out a bit to me here is the Sleipnir. I'm not sure if you have any thoughts.
I don't have a ton of thoughts about these bans. One thing I will say here is with the Slep ban, I'm curious if they're really worried about a rush comp that much. I feel like you wouldn't be banning Gilas though in that situation.
I think they're more worried about Shield Kite, to be honest. Sleipnir and Gila are both very good at that. The one ban I'm
That
finding
is
weird is the
true.
Vindicator. The Vindicator's an out of left field ban. Like, the hype's
Well,
still allowed.
as it is the strongest battleship in the game.
Hey, I love it too, but the hype is still available. Why have they not banned the hype, but they've
I do
banned
just
the
want to
Vind?
point
What
out,
the hell?
so Nowhere has banned the Radiva, Sleipnir, Gila, Scorpion, and yesterday Nowhere Dot was the team we saw bringing that kind of unconventional rapid heavy comp with the Armageddon, the Typhoon, and the Praxis. Do you think we might see something like that again, Wingnut?
Possible, but sure, if it's worked once, why not try it again? But it's Volt B is going to be an interesting team to fight because they've got a lot of good pilots who can fly a lot of weird stuff. I mean, hell, Mirror Shiva's in the team. They could fly something really silly just because he's around.
Oh, but no, the Praxis here, DTM. What? I think we only seen it once, and that was yesterday. What kind of advantages does a Praxis bring? Because from what I know, it's one of the slowest ships in the game, besides a Capital.
I mean, you really don't know how it's fit until you start shooting it. Is really what it comes down to. Could be shield, it could be armor, it could be hull tanked. It could have missiles, it could have blasters, it could have lasers, it could have, normal guns. It could have no guns. It could be full smart bombs, it could be newts. It could be so many different things. That's where the real advantage comes into it. As far as a battleship, it can flexibly fit into almost any comp.
That's good. Yeah. And I believe, although it doesn't really matter with Thunderdome because pilots have max skills on Thunderdome, but it pretty much just has roll bonuses to all its things and not actually requiring a Battleship 5. So unlike the Alliance tournaments where we required skilled pilots in both meanings of the words, here in the Angry Games, you can just chuck whoever you want in whatever ship you want. But now, Wingnut, do you have any kind of predictions on who might be winning this upcoming match?
Yeah, he covers hell. I suspect Volt B is going to come up with something that they can fly very, very, very well. So it's on Noir to pull something off the wall entirely and just really either like out meta Volt B or out pick them or something, because you're playing against some of the best pilots. It's going to be a hard thing to fight.
So DTM, do you agree with there that it's pretty much it's up to Volta to lose this match, otherwise they should have it in the bag?
I mean, I'd hate to say, that Wingnut's wrong, but Wingnut's wrong. Okay.
Oh, my
I'm
heart.
sorry, Wingnut's wrong. Volta, they're not the best. Okay, let's be honest with ourselves.
Well, they're on the B team.
That is true. That is true. My money is really on. I'm gonna go nowhere there. I believe. All right. I think the Rodiva ban was actually indication of a secret strat they're gonna pull out.
Well, I am going to be excited for this. Unfortunately, I do have some information before everyone else, but I'm kind of hoping Noir is going to pull some fun miracles here again today. So I hope everyone's predictions are locked in. So we will be going to game 32, the winners last match for the day in the winners bracket. It's going to be Volt B versus Noir Dot, and we'll be heading to our commentator duo of Ithaca Hawk and Radicos.
Good evening once again. For the final time today, I am Ithaca Hawk, joined by Radicos the Chadicos, here for this match between Volt B and Noir. And oh boy, this looks interesting. I have seen this before. We saw Noir bring this almost exact same comp yesterday, the Praxis Typhoon Armageddon, and then dunk on the Stay Frosty Leshak. But at the very, very end of the rapid heavy missiles coming from those ships, Radicos, what have Volta brought this time?
Well, Volta has brought a Leshek, Guardian, Rook, Draugr, Pontifex, Vengeance, and a Malediction to round out their comp. Looks pretty strong. I like this comp that they brought. I'm sure Panny will do a significantly better job than I did in the Leshek, so we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how powerful the jams coming from that Rook are and how much the reps from Repbot 9000 will help against the clip damage coming from 3 battleships. The Malediction of Zhao barreling in immediately to get tackle on the Navy Augur and the Typhoon.
Yeah, these guys are just rushing in here. Same with the Vengeance and the Pontifex. They're just going in, and the Vengeance is screening the looks like the Armageddon. You want to hold him in place. That's a good ship to use as a Vengeance, because you can put a nice NOS on it and hold that Armageddon in place.
Yeah, so it looks like Noir trying to get rid of that Rook and the Pontifex. Pontifex obviously bringing links to the field. Covert 1 taking a decent amount of damage, but Repbot 9000 currently keeping him alive, no problem. Control Freak will be quite vulnerable because if he can jam these battleships, then they can still shoot him. So Repbot 9000, aka Reload, has to be on the ball and not get too far away from that Rook. But 75 kilometers, he is sitting right out there saying, hey, if you want to kill me, come get me.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of heavy... These are Imperial Navy Praetors and Republic Fleet Berserkers on him right now, so he's going to take a significant amount of damage from these drones. But it seems like Reload is just repping them easy right there, sitting pretty, no problem. So he's
how much
to worry
reps?
About.
How much reps can these 2 Inquisitors put out? These are Tech 1 logistics frigates. They are not Tech 2, and they're definitely not a Guardian. The Leshak of Annie Gardet is going to be spooling on top of this Typhoon. The damage is slowly going to start to overwhelm the rep power that these Inquisitors can possibly put out. But if they come in to rep the Typhoon, then they're going to be right there for Ed Reynolds in that Draugr to pick them off.
Yeah, and they're trying to do a Logi trade right now. Repbot 9000 is being primaried by the other team, by the Noir team. So we'll see if he can get out of there. Wasn't a Neros banned for this match or not? Because I think I would have brought a Neros instead of a Guardian in this comp.
Anurus was not banned in this case. You can see Reload Repbot is turning and burning away from the battleships, which are still all locked down. So if he gets out of the rapid heavy range, then not only will he survive, but they will have to basically reload, or they've wasted half their clips. And these missile systems are basically front loaded. If you don't kill something in the clip, then all that time allows the logistic ship to just rip all that damage back up, and it's completely wasted. At the moment, the spilling of Annie Gardet on this Typhoon is starting to come to fruition as he's about to start touching hull.
Yeah, he's definitely looking like he, unless they can break the spool of Leshek, he is going to go down here. Control Fleet still taking some DPS here. He's at about half armor. So we'll see what we'll see if they can make at least a trade for the battleship for a Rook, which isn't ideal, but getting the jams off the field would be a huge help for these rapid light ships here.
Yeah, Annie was sitting at 0 MS right on top of that Typhoon, just waiting for him to die. He started moving now to go for his
Typhoon
next
goes
target.
down.
Control Freak in that Rook looking a little bit worse for wear, but I'm sure Repbot 9000 will have those reps activated momentarily and service will be resumed. This is right now very much Volta's match to lose. They're sitting very comfortably. If they don't feed basically unnecessarily, they should be able to just mop this up without losing a single ship at this point, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're just firing on all cylinders right now. So, I mean, there's DPS is spread across this whole field, and that's most likely because of the jams, and Control Freak is controlling this whole grid with that. He is a farmer, but Repbot 9000 just kicks it into gear and keeps repping.
Yeah, I mean, the damage is still coming in on that Rook of Control Freak, but I would be willing to bet
clip,
there's a slight little bit of bait tanking going on here to keep them interested and keep them using that clip. The longer they shoot that you can just basically not care about, then the closer to reload and a lack of damage whatsoever. The Praxis is what's getting shot at right now by the Volta B team. It's going to take a little bit longer for them to work through the sheer EHP of these ships, especially with the two Inquisitors still alive. So it looks like one of those Inquisitors is taking a little bit of damage, probably from the anti-tackle. I imagine that Draugr is hanging around near him.
And
yeah,
he
it's the
goes
malediction
down.
had him tackled, and the Draugr was right on top of him as well.
Yep, and then now we have Levatine in the Praxis for Noir as the next DPS primary, with Leshek just spooling up like an absolute champion on this Praxis. This is a pretty easily one match here for Volta. They're still trying to keep it interesting, but I just, like you said, it's Volta's sitting real pretty right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I guess, the difference between this game was won in the draft, and I think in piloting. We saw Noir bring this exact comp yesterday against say Frosty. It was close. They just managed to clip that Leshek as they hit reload, and that was basically it. So it looked like it didn't take much more counterplay to make anything they chose to shoot survive. So in this instance, it's not worked for them. The triple battleship comp not proving as fruitful today, because this is the problem with like clip-based missile systems. If you don't kill them in that first clip, then it's Fs in chat. Like, that's it. You almost can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday when they killed the Leshek, was there a jamming ship on the Leshek team from yesterday, or were they able to just focus everything on the Leshek?
I'm pretty sure there wouldn't have been one, because Rex Javix, the notorious ECM hater, probably wouldn't have brought one, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
Because at Armageddon, I mean, you should theoretically you want the Armageddon sitting on the Leshek, breaking its spool, rendering it useless. But with a Rook here, he's just going to make that Armageddon and any other ships have to primary him, while the Guardian and the Leshek rep drones and Pontifex rep drones are just repping the Rook with ease.
Yeah, I'm not sure what else there is to say about this match here. Noir definitely losing this one. There's nothing much more they can do right now. Volta had this pretty much in control the whole time. There was a couple of touch and go moments, but the piloting was on display was quite impressive. We saw
very good
in that Guardian turning and burning away, getting out of that damage range. He wasn't tackled. Almost no tackle other than that Navy Augurer on the Noir side. So that's the problem when you start shooting something. If it just flies away, then you can't kill it.
Right.
And that's pretty much it. That's all she wrote for Noir. They get dropped down into the losers bracket. Well, they will have a chance to come back and play for some more dank skins. Augur Navy of Track Norton will be the next one to go down. And finally, it'll just be Akbad in the Armageddon. GFs in local coming from the teams now. Everybody knows this match is over. It is just clean up time. Clean up on aisle. Which system are we in? 2 tac 4. Clean up on aisle 2 tac 4. Do you think there's anything they could have done differently? To be honest, I
Not
think this
really.
comp was
I don't
kind of hard
see-
countered.
Yeah, very hard countered. Like they expected that they couldn't, they wouldn't bring another comp to surprise them. You bring a surprise comp like they did, and I haven't seen any kind of armor RHML triple BS comps, and once you pull the rabbit out of the hat, that's you kind of want to move on to the next one, and not bring the same thing twice. I mean, the Vargar, the only ones I think their rival, right, are the only ones that brought the same comp twice and moved on.
Yeah, you don't want to have that reputation as perhaps a one-trick pony, because people will try and either ban you into that comp knowing that they can beat it, or they will ban you out of it if they think that they can.
That you don't have any other options. Yeah.
But in this case, Volta showing that there is very much a counter to this comp, so I think Noir probably won't want to bring it again. So being banned into bringing this would be a risky move. 1 minute 17 seconds left to kill Akbad as he's about to hit Hull. So when that happens, we can hand it back to the desk, where, worth pointing out, Wingnut was right, DTM was wrong, and this match going 100-0 in the favor of Volta B. And there we are. Let's send it back to the desk.
Very good match, guys.
And welcome back, everyone. I think Ithaca and Radicos did a lovely job of pretty much summing up what was happening in that game. I think, unfortunately, just Noir's little rapid gimmick there, especially if the game didn't pay off. Wingnut, any quick comments on the game there?
Volta played it perfectly. They, at the very start of the match, had all 3 battleships tackled and then jammed them all off. There's not much Noir could have done. It was a very hard fight. However, they did have 3 battleships that all had newts, so I would have liked them to all start trying to nuke Leshak off, the 1 DPS ship they had. But I understand that it was not an easy job with a rook ruining your day. That was never going to be an easy match under any circumstance. But Volta played it perfect.
DTM, there was just 1 DPS, 1 ECM ship to shoot, but it looked like this
everybody gets a freebie, right? So, No, on a very serious note, Volta did well there. That's what they do. Some of it comes down to the comps and Wingnut said it, nuding that Leshak, but I think they would have been fine even if they were all nuding the Leshak. It takes a minute for you to actually dig through the DPS, especially if it has a cap booster on it, which most Leshaks are gonna have a cap booster. It's a hard situation for you to come out ahead on. And that's a really good example of you have the RNG of jams if you need it, but really at the end of the day, your comp doesn't need it. Your comp is winning this one. That was a good job. Volta played well.
Yeah. Well done to everyone that's won today. I think we can say that everyone that's won today deserves their victory. All the teams actually put on good performance, so thank you very much for all the teams participating. Unfortunately, we did see some eliminations today, but we will be continuing with Anger Games 5 on the coming weekend. So feel free to join us back here, same time this coming Saturday. Once again, a big shout out to all the CCP staff that have been supporting us, letting us make use of the Thunderdome server, and all our ISD moderators handling the Twitch chat. So we're going to be off now for this evening. Everyone stay safe out there, and we'll see you back here this coming Saturday.
Let's get him! Point, let's get him! Let's fucking get him, guys! Fucking cut and find, boys, let's get him! Yes! Yes! Go, boys! Fly like you stole it!